Hello, I'm Eagle, Eagle Gardens 1 on Instagram. This is fucking Talking Shit with Eagle, episode 569. Hopefully, you guys have had a great weekend, and this episode will cap it off. This is one you guys have been asking for quite some time. First and foremost, I do owe this man apologies. He has been scheduled a couple of times, and unfortunately, for one reason or another, I've had to reschedule. So I'd like to apologize before anything we get started here. Hopefully, you accept, and you want to tell everybody how you're doing and where they can find you, Mr. Toad.
Alrighty, y'all. Yeah, I'm just chilling out tonight. I appreciate that, Eagle. I know you get busy sometimes, so the rescheduling was just fine with me, man. I'm Brother Bone, Mr. Toad, aka Phil. I'm your boy Johnny Paper. You can find me out there wherever the puffs are tough and the green is mean. That's where I'm at. I'm always out there trying to learn. I'm always researching. I'm always sharing. Uh, I'm just a cat that's a slave to Mary, really, man. I've been doing this on a medicinal side since my grandfather passed away in 1994 from cancer. Him and my uncles and my cousin, they all passed away in a couple of years span, and it kind of drove me to a drinking mess. And from there, I ended up diving into cannabis, and that's where my journey just continued to spiral. From as soon as cannabis went legal in November of 1986, I've been nothing but about this plant on a medical side. Let's see here.
Right on. I'm glad to hear that. So, that was the first time in '86. When was the first time you initially come across
No,
cannabis?
the first time I smoked cannabis, I was 4 years old. My mom and my two moms used to smoke cannabis and party kind of when I was little. One day, my cousin Lupicia and my mom's went inside and left a joint and a Miller sitting on the fucking table. And I ran over there and stole that shit and sparked that motherfucker up. And I went around the house, smoked that joint, and drank that Miller. My mom found me. She ended up kicking my ass. But that was my first introduction to cannabis, was at 4 years old. After that, I come to moving up to Northern California towards Humboldt, where my mom brought us to try to find green bud because someone gave her a piece of herb in a bar back in 1977. In 1978, we moved here. And by 1981, we're growing Afghanis that we've located in Humboldt County. And I'm beginning to learn how to clone on Afghani plants. So at 1981, at 8 years old, is when I began to learn to grow cannabis.
Damn, that's a hell of a start right there. I mean,
Yeah, man, we used to fucking run patches and shit. Fucking, we were little. We'd take backpacks full of fucking weed up in the mountains and shit with our fucking uncles and fucking be lining patches. And we just thought all the kids did that shit, man.
I wish all the kids were doing that. You guys didn't know I don't. Maybe when I was a kid, I was open. Not my kids. But yeah, that's awesome, man. That's good. I think so anyway. That's eight's pretty young. But we all start at different ages in life, different situations, that's for sure. But look where it led till today. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Who knew?
I'm telling you, man, because I never thought my life was going like this. I walked into a collective one day, and the kids running the place fucking didn't know shit about weed other than they had some and it was for sale. And all these people in front of me are asking questions about cannabis. And the next thing you know, shit just starts spewing out of me. All this information about weed, just shit I knew. And by the time I got done talking, the fucking owner had offered me a job. And that turned into me end up running the place and shit for a few years. Between 2008 and 2012, we had 4,400 patients. We were straight medical. And at that time, I used to have another company called 215 Farms. That was an edible company. And on the side, I did breeding and flower production. But mostly I was edibles and clones. We used to move thousands and thousands of edibles, man. I made chocolate chip cookies, double chocolate chip. I made 5 different types of candy bars, 15 flavors of hard candies and glycerins. I made multiple different types of muffins, barbecue sauce, ranch dressing, olive oil, hot wing sauce. We used to make so much shit. It was crazy, man. The 215 days was when cannabis was popping, man. And when people could fucking actually pass cannabis from one patient to the other without having to worry about all these fucking regulations that we're dealing with now as cannabis becomes more and more legal and regulated. Those 215 days are the days we all dream about now. Man, I wish we had them back.
Oh, I bet cowboy days are the best. Even here in Michigan, them were the best days. The backpack days, as us caregivers in Michigan remember those days by good old backpack days. Hopefully you
Lost if
can
it was
we
me or
didn't
Eagle.
lose him again. There we go.
Yeah, Mike got bad internet. Everybody knows. Sorry about that, guys.
I'm willing to. No worries, brother. So, what about what age is this that we're talking about clones and edibles? There's a big gap, I'm sure, between 8 and the edibles and clones days. Even though it sounds
Yeah.
like you were already cloning it.
Well, I had started cloning at 8, but the business didn't show up until around, um, I'd say about 2004 is when I started doing on side. That's when I started my collection of female plants. At one time, I was carrying around 176 different clone elites that I could look and track down. That's what allowed me to be able to, before they were looking for somebody that could do the shit and not be full of shit. And I just happened to be the guy that fell in line at the right time, I suppose. So I ended up being able to run. We were doing 4,400 clones a month at that time. We had 44 to 4,600 patients at our peak. So I had to be able to produce at a minimum around 500 cuts every damn day. So we opened up a couple different mother houses, and we were just knocking cuts out non-fucking stop.
That's work, man. That's work right there. What kind of strains are we talking at this point?
Oh shit! At that time, I had Urkel, Granddaddy, Kryptonite, the SR71, Trinity. I mean, fuck, Fire OG, SFV. We had Bubba Kush. Fuck, White Widow, Blue Dream. Fuck, man, Mendo Purple, Deep Chunk, Chocolate Chunk. I mean, the list was long of how many different lines I had. I had so many different plants out there that were being held by so many people. I used to travel up and down California trying to find homies that had a hookup or a scene that I could find that fucking I could possibly find something special in, trading different plants, different herb, because at 215 cats would end up running out of herb, didn't know how to grow. They'd trade you fucking anything for that shit. Seed stock, the any last cut they had. That's kind of how I got my blue cheese that I breed with. I ended up catching that in a trade with the one of the patients that used to come through my club before he moved out of state. He left a plant with me, and I ended up breeding with that thing.
So again, I kind of got to wonder, cowboy days there. You could have went in any direction you wanted to, brother. What made you want to take on the genetics and clones and edibles? I mean, obviously there's the flower market, extracts, and everything else. Why narrow in on them two?
Well, the clone side came down to the fact that too many people were getting past fake shit. And because I came into this because of dying people, my grandfather literally on the other side of that curtain, laid in that room and died screaming for cannabis. And because we had been busted at that time, we didn't have anything to give him. And I knew for a fact that I had some Afghani lines that would have helped my grandfather, because they actually did before we got busted. And when they came and took all my plants, I, I didn't know what the fuck to do. I didn't have access because at that time people didn't talk. They weren't passing cuts. They weren't doing the shit we do today. Everything was secret. So after we get off probation and I decide, fuck it, I'm going to fucking do my shit. I decide that I need to be able to pass legitimate cuts to people if I can possess them. This is going to guarantee that the people that are looking for specific things for medicinal qualities, and not just to get high, because you can get high off anything, but someone that's looking to stop seizures, or someone who's got a child that needs a high CBD line. These were things that people didn't have access to because they didn't like to talk about what was going on, or they just didn't have the people to speak to about it. So I just started building up a library of plants. And from there, I just, like I said, I happened upon this club one day and they're fucking like, you need a job? So I end up getting a job there, but they didn't know I had clones. The first day I'm in there, this kid comes in and brings a whole shitload of clones in these 16-ounce cups. And the boss pays the fucking kid $500 for all his clones. The kid leaves. He goes in the back and starts unpacking the clones, and he looks at one and thinks it looks kind of funny, grabs that fucking thing and pulls it out. It's got no roots on it. The kid had took cuttings and just stuck them in dirt and brought them in and got paid a grip of money, and the dude was pissed. And I'm like, fucking, I got like 500 or 600 clones at home, bro. He's like, what? I'm like, just give me half that. I'll be right back. And I come back with boxes in my car filled to the roof. And he's like, can you do this every day? Oh, I can do this every day, all day, brother. I said, I fucking been to everybody in town. Like, it's no problem. You just pay me half price on everything out the door at the end of the day, and you can have as many cuts as you want. And that turned into fucking me just slanging the fuck out of goddamn clones. So his wife, being a business lady, asked me if I know anything about edibles. And I used to cook since I was 14. I owned a hotel fish lodge in Humboldt County. So I'm like, yeah, I know how to cook. She's like, well, bring some edibles in tomorrow or something. I want to test them and see if they're worth bringing them here. So my mom, who's been fucking cooking cookies since as long as I can fucking remember, I tell her what's up. I grind up a half ounce of hash and put it in a dozen cookies. And the next day I take them in and give the cookies to the fucking boss. Well, him and his wife eat them that night. And the next day, these motherfuckers can't come to work for like 3 or 4 days after eating these fucking cookies. And this is how I end up getting my first commercial job on the fucking edible side. Because before that, I was giving edibles to my father and a bunch of veterans. And they were just taking whatever the fuck I'd give them. But the club wanted to order shit specifically with specific ratios with the cannabinoids and different recipes. The vets my dad was fucking with, they'd eat whatever the fuck I sent them, as long as it had weed in it.
Just okay, and this is like around 86, if I remember correctly. You saying?
This, no, when the edible company, this is up in around 2008 is when I started doing edibles on a actual business side. I'd been making edibles for years, but I started the company for straight edibles in 2008. The clones I started in 2003.
So
what happened, my father passed away in 2009, and I had been giving him hash and edibles, and he'd been taking the hash and edibles to the vets up in Oregon. And he didn't tell me this shit until the last trip he made down here. And that's when he told me he was giving all the edibles I was passing him to the vets. So that's when I made a huge ass batch of edibles, hoping he would come back for the next trip he was scheduled to come for, and he had a fucking massive heart attack and died. So I ended up taking all those edibles to the shops, giving them away for fucking free. That's how I really got known in my town as a cat that had edibles. I gave every 17 clubs $100 worth of what I would have charged them in retail. And it turned out they were all selling them for enough money to pay their electrical bills. So every month I was taking these $100 boxes down. Some places are making 200, and some places turn it into like $6,000, $8,000. They could charge a shitload for edibles back in the day.
That's fucking pretty commendable there, brother, man. I think the vets, man, some of the people that deserve that shit the most, fighting for this country, putting their lives on the line, last to legally fucking get it, is heartbreaking. You know,
Fucking
I've
hey,
I've
man.
seen it around me before. People suffering and me wanting to give them cannabis and them not wanting to take it because they just did not want to take the risk of losing their benefits. And that's
Yep.
fucked, man. I mean, the being hooked on pharmaceuticals is one thing, but not being able to, make that choice because you're going to lose everything, if it's in your system, that's pretty shitty for putting your life on the line, in my
Man,
opinion.
trust me, I knew that life when I got sick in 2017 and ended up in the hospital and eventually ended up losing my leg. They were pumping me fucking full of morphine. They were giving me pills. I was getting fucking opiates in 3 different forms. I had no choice. They had induced a coma on me for almost a year. It was almost 9 full months that I had to be in a coma. The only time they'd wake me up was to sign paperwork, and then I'd go back under and wouldn't remember shit. I'd be waking up for the next fucking surgery, and it got to the point where like I didn't know shit, man. Them fucking opioids would fuck me up, and they cut my leg off and released me out of the hospital, and I threw them motherfuckers in the trash after 10 days because I just couldn't fucking deal with life, and it was the only way that I was able to get cannabis back was stop the fucking blood tests at goddamn pain management doctor by giving up some herb that time because I could not grow basically off cannabis. Or I mean, off of those opioids by using fucking cannabis. So I totally know what those fucking vets go through sometimes with in that regards, having to fucking either pick one medicine or the other. I don't know the fucking shit they've been through, but I do know with the medication side that the system we're dealing with is fucked up. My mic's
That's
cutting out.
fucking for
Oh.
that's for sure, man. That shit's a vicious system right there. That opiate mess, man. I'm quite on the record of people saying that people just don't understand a lot of times uh, that a lot of the aches and pains that they're feeling uh, after the injury are a lot of times caused by the opiates in their system when they're trying to, oh, I'm better. I'm gonna, slow down on my medication. That shit actually gives you pain. A lot of people don't realize that. Then they start feeling that pain and they confuse the opiates of leaving their system for their injury still. So they start doubling back up on the medicine and then they get caught in that vicious cycle that so many people do. And it's fucking sad. It's
Man, I'm
really
telling you,
sad.
that's for real. That's for real. That shit'll fucking drive you ape shit if you keep taking that shit too fucking long, man. I'm telling you. That fucking hospital stay was the worst thing I fuck my dude. Having to take that shit in a struggle bed with fucking tubes coming in at me. Fucking just fighting for my life was fucking that was some crazy shit, man. And anybody out there that's had to go through anything similar, just know that there's fucking cats out here that understand what you've been through. And if you just ever need to talk to someone, if you're fucking seriously disabled, if you're a vet, if you need to talk to a cat that has been breeding cannabis through medicinal reasons for a while, I'm a cat you can talk to. You guys can hit me up in direct messages or email me. And if I can't help you with what I have, I know so many breeders out here that have genetics that can help you that I can sends you in a direction
They're having
that
a hard
isn't
time
going to
hearing me,
steer you
Mr.
wrong.
Toad.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Hold on.
They're saying they're having a hard time. They said the other mic was good. It was just a little clippy. I thought I would go with the other mic if we could. And I agree. People hopefully do know there's other people out there. That's one thing about these shows that's important, that to let other people know that they have been through that. Some people don't want to reach out or feel like they're the only ones until they actually hear like-minded stories or people going through similar shit. I appreciate you telling your story. Uh, Thank you for your time, brother. Oh God, don't worry, guys. We ain't giving up.
Not sure if you guys can still hear me or not.
There we
See if I'm
go.
still here, guys. There we go.
Yeah, I
I'm
can
sorry
hear
about
you.
that, man. This internet is just terrible. I switched the mics back though for you.
No worries. Loud and clear. Loud and clear, my friend. So
There
was
we
there
go, guys.
was you obviously growing before the cancer uh of your father and brothers there?
Yeah, I've been, like I said, since I was 8 years old. My family's grown cannabis since 1981. We had a garden here. We moved here in '78. Had started to grow cannabis just lightly. It wasn't something we did big. There might be one plant or something in the back, but once we moved here, that's when we really dove into cannabis and started to grow cannabis here. We had fucking shit up in Humboldt since. Well, I used to own a hotel fishing lodge up there. We every season we went up to Humboldt and just basically had patch somewhere and just ranch it. Like I said, I thought everybody in life was doing the same thing until I got into high school and some friends broke into my house and ran into my plants and were like, "What the fuck is that?" That's when I realized other people weren't actually fucking growing cannabis and supplying it around the area. I just thought that was how life went, man. I don't remember a time in my family's life that like I wasn't growing cannabis before, except before I was 8 years old. My mom was buying brickweed off people down in Southern California, and then one lady comes up to her in the bar and gives her a bud about this fucking big, and tells her it's Humboldt green bud. And my mom had never heard of Humboldt, never seen green bud, but that night she smoked a fucking joint of that shit, and she set her life on a path to find this kind of weed. And literally within a year, she had found the place it came from and moved her family up there. And that's the whole reason I'm in the area I am at the moment.
Pretty awesome roots coming from Humboldt there. They put you pretty deep in the cannabis, in cannabis in general, just all in all by itself. So, what actually was it a common cause that brought on the cancer between your dad and brothers? It seems so odd that all
Well,
three.
my
Uh,
it was my grandfather and my uncle and my cousin. So my grandfather, he drank his whole life, and so did my uncle, and so did my cousin. So my grandfather dies from throat cancer and stomach cancer. My uncle dies from stomach and liver cancer, and my cousin died from stomach and liver cancer. And these happened between 91 and 94. And at this time, I'm drinking my ass off. And because everyone in my family's dying, I'm trying to fucking kill myself through drinking until I get arrested one night and wake up in jail. When I wake up in jail, fucking, I just have this clear fucking view of my life going exactly as the rest of the men in my life. If I fucking drink another drop. When I came out of that fucking jail, I never fucking touched alcohol again. And that was April 24th, 1994. And for a minute, I have like nothing to do with myself 'cause I'm not drinking. I literally used to fucking carry a keg around under my arms and drink out the fucking keg. I was a drunk motherfucker. I was straight fucking Animal House and shit. I carried 640s in each door of my car at all times that I could fucking get to at any moment by just popping a fucking couple popping pins on my fucking door panels until that night I get arrested. And when I get arrested, I fucking all I can think of in the jail is fucking I'm just gonna be a dead drunk somewhere if I don't do some shit about it. So like I said, I quit cold turkey. And when I come out for about a month, I got nothing to do in April, May. Grow season don't start till June here. Between that April and June, I just get this clear vision that I need to fucking start fucking with cannabis. I've been smoking cannabis my whole life like a fucking pothead. Didn't give shit about weed besides I need some. I wanted to get high. I was a kid that's fucking always searching $50 to get an eighth. Fucking, I get a job just so I can fucking get enough money to buy enough weed to fucking smoke it every goddamn week. Like, I don't give a fuck what else I'm doing as long as I can get enough fucking good ass weed. And then, when, like I said, my grandfather dies, and I started fucking trying to figure out how in the fuck I'm gonna do something besides smoke weed. And that's when I fucking remember we got seeds up the ass. Like, I've got a seed stash that goes back to the 60s. So I whip out some weeds, some pure Afghanis, and I whip out some haze, and I breed two lines, which is the pure haze, which I call Simplify, and the Afghani to the Afghani, which I called Crybaby at the time. And this is in '94 that I do this, along with an unknown named strain that I made for my grandfather, which was a cross of the two. And that's when I got the fucking bug for breeding cannabis. So from that point on, I basically spent the rest of my life fucking with cannabis, trying to breed it. So for 2 years, cannabis is still illegal. We haven't got 215, so I'm breeding it and hiding it because I come from the time when if you talk about it, you're getting busted. And I'd already been busted twice, so I wasn't looking for no third fucking time. So I'm not telling nobody shit about nothing. And then cannabis was legal, like I said, November of 1996. Or, yeah, 1996, November 5th. And I go down to Stockton, where my partner's a psych tech. And he's got a bunch of friends who are also in the medical industry, but they all want to start growing cannabis because they found out that Dennis Perone had opened that club up, the Cannabis Buyers Collective down there. So I fucking take my fucking bag of Afghani seeds to him and give it to him, and we end up starting 17 different gardens down in that area. And those 17 gardens eventually start offering cannabis through that collective, along with other patients that are in the area, because these folks knew all kinds of veterans and people that were taking drugs for different psychosis and shit. And it was just fucking gnarly, the amount of people that it was so easy for these fucking people to find just based on the jobs that they have had for only a few amount of years at that time. Because my buddy had just got out of high school. We graduated in 91. So by 96, he's only been in college and graduated probably a year. And he's already trying to figure out how to help as many people as he can with cannabis. And so, like I said, cannabis goes legal. And I open as much of my genetics to them as possible. And that's when my whole journey into legal cannabis starts, and not just offering weed to fucking my friends and, like I said, to my dad and shit, or to my mother or my brother. I wasn't just a plug. At this point, I become someone that people are looking to because of the medicinal side of cannabis. And since I'm always tracking this shit everywhere I go, I end up with this giant base of knowledge that I didn't know I had till the day I walk into a club and end up leaving with a job.
Oh, yeah, man. I'm gaining more and more respect for you as we go, my friend. Uh, I love the fact that the medical side of it is the passionate side, and then not necessarily about flipping the flower, the extracts, or whatever. Uh, because that's my main fight about it still to this day. You know, I have honestly lost a lot of friends. It's moreover from the pharmaceutical bullshit, to be honest with you. Family members addicted to fucking pharmaceutical drugs, friends. I've seen too many. I've lost too many, to be honest with you. And the medical aspect of it is the important side of it for me. Uh, what do you think? How do you feel about recreational cannabis? I have to before we go on about anything else, because it is. I feel a threat, but I want to know your opinion now. Legal cannabis affects medical
I just think it affects it terribly because of the fucking the uh the cash cow side of it, right? If they just kept recreational as just something like the way it was a few years ago, because what's coming is completely different, and recreational is going to end up giving way to basically big pharma style cannabis with the new laws that are going to be passing that are coming through the uh, amending of the treaty that they signed back in 1961. There's a treaty in the UN that kind of dictates how us and other countries handle cannabis on a federal level. And that thing's about to come up right now in March, and they're going to start to reschedule that thing. And I believe what's going to happen is something that none of us have seen or even thought of. Cannabis is going to become this crazy beast that we wish we never saw, because it's just going to be a whole new level. I wish we could go back to pure medical, but I don't believe we're ever going to have that chance again.
right now. That was we catch a lot of shit for that UN treaty right there because we pushed it. We pushed it. We were the
Yeah.
ones that wanted all the other countries to sign it, and then here we are, one of the first countries trying to legalize cannabis and shit. When we forced our shit on everybody else, it's gonna go around.
I know it's fucking crazy. The craziest part is we're the police of that shit. So that's basically why we want to keep that shit going. That's why we backed it. Uh, that it's insane. I think there's only 8 or 11 countries that have left it, and those 8 now are doing it completely different, and they're basically ahead of the game with what's coming, like Canada and Bolivia and Ecuador. The way these countries are already starting to use cannabis on a legal basis is a giant uh, flag for us to see waving in all of the countries we come from, because cannabis is going to become commerce. It's not just going to become fucking cayenne bud like we love it now. It's about to become fucking pork bellies and shit. And we got to be ready for that shit, or we're gonna end up being nothing but fucking uh, the part of the pig that squeals.
Now they're saying my mic's low. Is my mic? Can you hear me all right? Or is the other mic?
I can hear you, brother.
Okay. Well, that's the part that counts. That's the part that counts.
Give me.
As I tell a lot of people here about the medical recreation thing, I've seen it happen here in Michigan. It's really important if you really value cannabis as a medicine. It's super important for you to keep pulling that medical license. I know a lot of people don't necessarily like to be a number on that list, but how I'm always quick to point out is with those numbers are research. You know, people pull them numbers, and that's directly correlates funding for research for medical cannabis and shit like that. So when those numbers dwindle, research and money for research kind of fall to the wayside as well. So I'm really advocate about people still pulling that medical license to keep the research going.
I'm with you 100% on that. If it's available to you in your state, I recommend folks go that route instead of trying to stick with recreational, because recreational is just a way of basically regulating your ass to death and taxing you to a point of fucking the joint don't taste good or get you high anymore, man. It's fucking it sucks. You come out here to California and try to buy a sack at the fucking club, and you better come in there balling, because you otherwise you're leaving with some bama ass herb. It's insane the way they're fucking causing the price of cannabis to fucking go to a point to where nobody can afford it or even wants to, and they're guaranteed to go to the black market, because that's the only place that you're going to go to find quality with quantity. And these days it's going to be safe because so many people have become educated to the fact that there are poisons that you can put on this plant. I mean, it's just become almost second nature to so many people that are actually growing now. Like 5 years ago, that was something completely different. But now we have people that are proud to have green certification. We've got people that are actually showing the pesticide test alongside the terpene and cannabinoid test. So we have a much more educated cannabis community, and it's pretty much in part to the newer generation that's showing up because they want to learn and they're thirsty for the knowledge, and them coming along together with some of the older cats like myself and the guys a generation ahead of me are going to be able to drive this community in a direction that at one time we never thought we were going to be able to get to, because we were still too busy hiding or trying to figure out a way to profit off this shit without fucking sneaking around in the dark. And that took a long time until uh, legal cannabis showed up in California. There wasn't no way for anyone to try to brand themselves up and become any kind of a business that you could actually hand down to your family members or say your children, right? This is something now that becomes a respectful business that no longer is just some fucking stoners doing shit. People found out that we're not slow, we're not lazy, and we're not going to do anything to your neighborhood. We're basically the same thing you are. We just like to smoke some chronic ag weed. And that became the cool shit now. So like the cool kids want to be part of that shit. That's why this education thing is taking this giant leap forward, and where people want to take time to debate articles that are peer reviewed instead of battling over just some terpene profile over some line that nobody's actually had their hands on.
Right on. I just kind of feel that, again, to the recreational medical side of things, I think they're just gonna. It's a ruse. Once they get their medical side, it's gonna be all business. They don't get. They're gonna want you to grow at home. The reason why we are able to grow at home now is because of the few medical states that started this whole thing along. There wasn't cannabis availability. You had to grow it at home if you wanted to use cannabis as your medicine. So that's what opened the gate for the home grow all in itself. Once it becomes a business, that you're just taking dollars out of their pocket at that point. They're not going to want the home grow at that point. And then I give you another shout out for the medical side of things, because I'm a huge advocate for the cultivation side of things. I honestly believe that the cultivation side of things is every bit as medical and healing as the ingestion of the medicine itself. And I think that's another thing that will be lost as the medical side of things as recreational comes forward. And I think that's the best part, to be honest. Can't hear you.
I say I agree with you 100%, man. when I came out of the hospital, I wasn't able to mix soil. I wasn't able to get pots or none of that shit. So I bought this little hydro setup, and a friend of mine sent me some autoflowers. And I put the autoflowers in this little tiny desktop hydro setup, and I grew these two autoflower plants while I was laying in my hospital bed, wishing that I could fucking one day grow a plant again. And at that point, I was at the lowest point of my life, and watching those two plants grow, two plants I didn't consume, two plants that I didn't even take care of other than changing the water once a week if I was lucky. They grew and finished. And that shit, just getting up every day to look at them, fucking, it fucking saved my life. The fucking reality. It gave me the drive inside to know that I wasn't supposed to die at that time. And it took two seeds of two autoflowers. At the time, I didn't like autoflowers. I never had a good experience with them. But those two seeds, these two Slovenian seeds sent to me by this cat named Roberto, he's been supporting my company for a long time. But when he found out I was sick and got out of the hospital, he sent those to me. And just that gesture of two plants growing fucking saved my life. So you don't have to smoke this plant. You don't have to use it in any form. Just its fucking beauty and its soul fucking saved my life by just being in the room with me. I mean, if more people understood that, like you can bond with your kids and your grandparents with this shit, but if more people understood the power of this plant beyond the cannabinoids and terpenes and the thiols and esters, we could change the whole fucking world, man.
You know, the shitty part about it, that is, there was studies in the 70s that they knew horticulture was such a good tool, but they never implemented it. They chose to fucking start just forcing pharmaceuticals down returning vets and addicts' throats at that point, rather than introducing just something more wholesome as just growing a plant. Considering how just a dollar can fucking misguide people.
Oh shit! All right, man. I got some of that last joint in my fucking throat. It wasn't smoke. Damn. Bob out here. Yeah, Bob, you did say some else, brother. I appreciate that. A few of the other people out here in the chat have just recently sent me some autos I'm going to be working with. I'm checking the YouTube chat, and there's a few of my homies in here I want to say hello to. Much respect to all the homies out there. We got a couple of my testers are actually in there. Let's see. Anthro ran some test gear for me this year. Days ran some stuff. Cheddar Bob ran some stuff. I actually named a line after Cheddar Bob. Let's see. Who else we got out there? Shit's going by so fast. Who else is out there? Yeah, Cheddar Bob. Me and Cheddar Bob kind of fucking became friends from me talking shit about his quarterback on fucking Facebook, and he took it in strides. Like, he didn't become a jackass over it, and he came back and hit me up over my losing ass team, and we become friends. And over the years, from that to just discussing cannabis and life and shit, I become a cat that I end up having a lot of respect for. So that's why after he tested the line for me, I fucking went and named that shit for him. That way, anytime anyone grows that shit and says the name of that strain, he'll live for the rest of his life. That shit will live forever, man. So I do that with a lot of my lines. Anybody I have respect for or people that have passed away, I'll name the lines after them. So when they do pass and I'm gone, somebody's going to grow that shit, smoke that shit, and say the name of that shit. And that'll be like repeating their name, and they'll live forever, man. It started with my dad when I named my line Angel after him, which was a Space Kush male. That's why I'm wearing this shirt tonight. But that male I ended up naming for him when he had a heart attack, and I ended up making over 200 crosses with that plant. And many of those carry the name of people that I respect and love, and wish that I could be more like.
That's super awesome. I'm a big person about being vocal about being grateful, so I greatly can appreciate that, man. It's fucking awesome. That's really awesome. Yeah, that's really
Well, my fucking pops taught me that shit, man. And my mother, I can't get it straight, man. Without my mom's, I ain't nothing. But my pops, being a veteran, he taught me about fucking being a man of your fucking word, no matter what, and to always give respect to fucking everybody around you, because without them, you ain't shit but alone. So make sure you pass that respect back to everybody around you and let them lose it themselves. You just keep on giving it.
so. I greatly appreciate you choosing the genetic side of things, angle of cannabis. I'm right there with you, man. I appreciate the pheno hunt myself. I just love to uncover what cannabis has to offer. I've often said if I could go to fucking uproot and go to, let's say, Oklahoma, give me the unlimited plant count, I would fucking just empty my cases and just drop genetics and do the pheno hunt. It wouldn't be about fucking flower or nothing. I would be fucking librarying as many fucking strains as cultivars as I could. It wouldn't even be about flower or extracts. It would just be about the hunt. You're muted, brother.
So I hear you, man. That's why at one point I had 176 moms. Like they just keep on hunting, dude. At a point it gets insane. But if you have the space like that, if they would make it where we could all just do whatever the fuck we wanted, I mean, it would be crazy because there would be so much magic that would come out of this plant when we could do this openly and we could do it together so that we aren't ruining each other's shit with the males that we got fucking floating around. But if we could all do this as some type of true community, on a level to basically just push this fat forward instead of trying to make our brands better, I think we could get this plant to a point where we could basically make it do whatever the fuck we wanted to do. We just have to have some patience. That's all.
I'll leave the breeding up to you guys. I just want the museum. I just want the museum. Yeah, I put your picture up next to the fucking plant and everything. I just want the collection of all of them.
Well, that we need that shit anyway, because people would want to go there. That'd be the easiest way to get people to learn true genetics about plants by fucking having that shit labeled correctly in a museum setup. That would be kind of be the beginning, because someone's going to show up at that place and see plants in flower form, males and females, and it's going to awaken their mind and shit to not know, or to shit they didn't know they liked. Right? They're not like, I didn't know I liked breeding until I did it, and no one had showed me a male plant actually pollinating a female plant until I fucking did it. Up to that point, I just knew there was fucking seeds and there was males. My mom used to fucking yank them out. She never took the time to make more seeds. I just knew the fucking one of our uncles used to always bring us seeds whenever the fuck we needed them. So I knew there was seeds, and I would read about that shit. But uh, I didn't have an interest to a fucking one day put pollen on it. So if you can fucking actually show that people, that kind of shit in a museum setting, I think fucking way more people would want to be in that shit.
Again, I got respect for you for doing the clone thing for the right reason. Want to make sure people are getting what they're fucking saying they're getting. That's very discouraging. A lot of that shit does go on, man, just for sales. People, oh, what are you looking for? All right, oh, this is, there you go, your lucky day. Send you home with it. But it's sad because it just weakens the code and what everybody thinks what it is. And if people don't know and breed with it, then it's getting fucked up and more fucked up and more fucked up. And for people like yourself, I agree. I greatly respect for wanting to keep the lines true. Um, that's one thing when I talk about breeding, I kind of get a little crazy about it because there's so many people breeding, pollen tucking, however you want to call it. And I kind of wish at this point we would kind of figure out what the heck we got before we move forward. Because I think so many things have been mislabeled over the years. A lot of people putting forth their version of certain lines. In my opinion, if say you're a breeder, okay, and you want to recreate a strain, unless you have it real close, it's very hard for you to do the pheno selection on both sides that the breeder initially seen from mother and father. You know, it's hard to go back to that for somebody that wasn't there. I kind of feel. Uh, even for the breeder themselves, if they don't necessarily have mother and father or brother and sister to go back to, it's hard, in my opinion, to accurately recreate that line. And I think that can only accurately be done by the guy that threw the pollen in the first place. So I think as strains are bred or recreated, I think it's very important for them packs to go out and say, "This is my version of X cultivar." You know what I'm saying? Not necessarily this is that. You know what I mean?
Yep. Yep. That's the problem that came with feminized seeds and the end consumer not understanding that the seed they just got wasn't actually the plant that produced it. Like someone would get, say, a sour diesel that's been selfed and then automatically think they have that original clone in a seed form, now producing plants that are identical to the mother because they don't understand how plants pass half of their gene code and how that's recombined when that actually happens. So the beginning days, you end up getting people who have the original cutting of a plant, uh, who now have friends that are buying seed packs that carry the same name, and then those cats now acting as if they have the same original cutting, but they pull it from a reversed seed stock, and then those end up getting passed around to the community. Then that washes out both of the cultivars in the system. So a lot of people would reverse plants, do this, pass the seeds, and then their friends just didn't understand what was going on with that seed enough, and would pass that clone from those seeds as the same thing. So that was just kind of how that shit started happening a lot. Not to say that renaming didn't happen, because there were so many lines that were just getting called something by the group of kids in the area that were fucking smoking that shit just because the shit fucking name was cool at some point. So a lot of shit at that time, especially when we were in high school and we were all younger, we weren't tracking genetics, most of us. So we'd go buy a sack of weed, they tell us what it is, and we just believe that shit. We didn't have any provenance to that what we bought was actually what the fuck they told us what it was, or that that person even knew the fucking grower. So in that time period, if you were a specific age, like a youngster smoking cannabis for your first time, you just didn't think of this shit. In fact, probably nobody that smoked weed for their first time fucking turned around and was like, yo, man, where did this shit come from? Who's the dude that passed it to you? What are the genetics involved? Like, you was high as fuck and giggling. So most of us forget that shit to start with, except for, like I said, today's generation who's grown up with Instagram and Facebook and forums. They can go and reference this stuff because it's been put out there. They don't have to fucking try to figure it out in their head. It's actually right out in front of them. They don't have to smoke, cam, or breed with it to see some of the qualities that will come from that plant. So now they can decide that they want that plant based on actual facts and not just on folklore. It's just a whole different type of generational shit that we're going through. These cats now have the ability to take cannabis breeding on a whole different level if they pay attention to the canon of the community. Some of the older cats that are out here have information that can help them in their breeding. It can help them in the medicinal side and can help them not keep getting screwed by this fucking system that just keeps turning the medical shit into a cash cow of the recreational cannabis.
It is a golden age for cannabis and breeding. Uh, with all the data that can have access to, it is amazing tools for breeders that are trying to single out certain traits to move forward with. The whole phylos thing, I was kind of initially excited about uh, for such things, man. We got this plant, it shows these traits, we can take this and breed it with that and move forth, and you know what I mean? All on paper without necessarily wasting a whole lot of time pheno hunting. But that, they kind of fucked that up and made everybody scared of that kind of data, I think. A lot of breeders are not as apt to pass their genetics over to these types of companies now. So you're kind of more reliant on testers and testing, but it is still, great for breeding nonetheless. Those who want to kind of necessarily put in the work. So, how do you feel? Because we're talking, about keeping lines pure. So, how do you feel about the necessity of having to keep mom and dad around for future projects? Do you think that's a thing? Do you keep your males around? I think that's really important as a breeder, as they, breed with that and they actually find out what traits that in particular male is passing. That is an asset. That's data right there. You're knowing what that he can, add to any female. So I think that's kind of critical, keeping that male over and over and over, much less to go back and recreate stock is super important, but I don't necessarily see a lot of breeders wanting to do that. So I kind of would like to see if that's going to be the case, if breeders aren't necessarily going to keep that male that packs get labeled B1. You know what I mean? If you're gonna,
Mm-hmm.
if at some point you're gonna have to ever go recreate the strain, kind of the way there's different Bruce Banners, I guess. You know what I mean? Different cuts, different lines. It gets confusing. You might as well right off the bat, because during the second recreation, you as a breeder, would you agree you could get close, but you're not necessarily gonna nail that batch, even if you have the same mother and father, they're going to still kind of roll the dice a little slightly different on the next batch, too. So if you're working with different parents along the lines, it's definitely a B2 in my opinion.
Well, for me, I kept it's my angel mail. I kept in my garden for 15 years. I only lost that plant because I lost my fucking leg in my life, basically in 2017, or I would still have that plant here. I kept my females that I like to rotate and breed with for the same amount of time. The Fire OG, the Bubba Kush, the Blue Dream. Those were three lines that I carried for 15 years, also along with me. The three females that I had that came from the same original Space Kush line that I created in 2004 and began to work in 2005. I also carried those with me for 15 years. I had my Guava OG, which is a Grape Wreck Avalon Fire OG cross. I took the Avalon and crossed it to a clone that we called Grape Wreck that I had since 1988. I had up until 2012. I crossed that, and from that I took a male of the 80 the Guave and crossed it to Fire OG. And that's what gave me the Guava OG. I kept that around for 8 years. I also bred with the 88G13 hash plant. I kept that plant around for 5 years, the male. So I'm the kind of person that kept the breeding stock around because I wanted to reproduce those lines frequently and for a long time. So for 15 years, I produced the same original 11 crosses with my angel male slash space kush. And then after that, I ended up publicly dropping 36 crosses to the angel male out of 200 crosses that I had created with him at that point. I've made over 200 with him, and I did exactly what you're saying. By taking him and breeding him this many different females, I was able to track which traits he was passing homogeneously, which ones were going to pop up more frequently. It was a way for me to get a visual representation of the Punnett square that he could create with multiple different females to get an overlapping view of what would possibly come from him and other females by kind of making like a cartoon cellophane that's layered with the genetic crosses that he's done. Since he's the same on one side, this can be used as basically the outline for a character, and each female could be the different colors that could fill it in, so to speak. And I would track this over my breeding and growing, and by passing those clones when I worked at the club into multiple different gardens, because at that point we were able to do 99 plants in my area. So I had 4,400 different patients. We had about 400 that I used to consult, and at some point I was giving them some type of plant stock that would come unmarked. Most of the times they would get four different plants so that I could track my lines against other lines that I already knew patients were using, like the Bubba, the Blue Dream, the Sour Diesel. I would take those and send some of my crosses in with those unmarked and have people grow them through the year and use them and come back and report back to me on the medicinal qualities of my crosses compared to the plants that they had already been using for their needs. For why were they fucking using the plant? We're using it for traumatic brain injuries, MS. We're using it for some form of arthritis. Was it for a surgery that you had and was only a temporary use? There was multiple reasons why people could be using cannabis, and I was trying to track those reasons tied to each cultivar that I possessed and the ones I was breeding. And that's how I learned that some of mine could do some of the things others were doing and able to do it better from the patients that were coming back and reporting to me on unmarked lines doing specific things. So if they thought mine was, say, LA Confidence or Bubba, they would just write down, A worked. And they knew they had LA Confidential in that batch. They just didn't know which one because I didn't mark them. So they would write down either A, B, C, or D, or one, two, three, or four, whatever system I had given this patient to write down. And this would come back to quantify my breeding to the stuff that was available on the market and that was coming through my hands at the club. Since I was the actual bud tender. I was running the club. I worked desk. I helped purchase the cannabis. I locked the place up. I installed the security and the cameras. I did everything at that place. I consulted the patients. I made the edibles. I created the clones. Every damn thing I ran in that club. I checked you in. I helped you with your herb, and I told you thank you and goodbye when you left, dude. I was the first and last person you saw in that place every damn day for quite a long time, and I made such great friendships with these people that they would want to come back. It's kind of like today where people are trying, like a tester that wants to show the breeder what's happening with the plants on a frequent basis. That's how things started to become during the 215 days. They wanted to come back and tell you that information. They weren't hiding anymore. They were taking notes and writing down binders full of information. They'd come back with samples. They'd tell you the elevation they were growing at. They tell you the inputs they were using. And this is when I was able to start tracking all kinds of shit about my genetics that helped me become more educated on the plants that I was producing.
Again, man, more and more respect as we go through, brother. And I'm not joking at all. I greatly respect the breeders that are putting in the proper work. And well, I lost my joy. That are putting in the proper type of work that you're putting in. Again, kind of relating towards the importance of keeping males around, because I don't, again, I don't see it as practice for most breeders these days. And as you've been quick to point out, it takes multiple crossings with multiple cultivars to necessarily know what he's putting out each and every time, and that what he's putting out is stable. Wouldn't you agree when I say that it's so much easier to pheno hunt the female side of things than it is to accurately pheno hunt a male you want to work with over time? Why wouldn't you
Well, the
keep
male
that
takes
male?
actual time and actual breeding. The female's easy because she produces a flower and she produces a seed, and you can see it all at one time. Especially when you're doing selfing, you can kind of get an idea of what's going to come out of that thing. When you're using a male, unless you've got a true breeding line, you don't know what the fuck's going to come out of that plant when you're breeding. Right? You could be creating the craziest fucking mismatch of plants that may not even work. And you won't know this until you grow those plants out and run them through flowers. So now to have to keep that male around, you have to do a lot more actual breeding work if you're trying to actual do breeding and not just fucking seed making. Seed making's cool and it's easy, but if you're trying to work lines, you have to keep parents, you have to keep different filial generations of seeds, you have to keep the back crosses in each generation that you make them. So just in case what happens from the next cross is junk, you can always step back into that pool and try to find what you're looking for, or you can actually find out that that pool's just not going to work and you have to go back another generation before that. You might find out that the combination of plants that you're crossing right now just aren't working at all. So you could end up wasting a whole breeding round and lose the parents that you want to fuck with if you don't keep backups. If you do not have those backups, there's no way you're breeding those lines. You're just making seeds, and that's fine, but if you're not keeping those around and don't have the ability to reproduce those into a variety that is sustainable, you just made a batch of seeds. And that needs to be told to people and not be sold to people as some kind of limited edition cross that's out there. If that doesn't have any work put into it, and you're not releasing it on a limited edition because the work you did, you only want to release limited while you continue to work the line, that's a different story. But there's so many people out there now dropping limited edition shit because they only made about 1,000 seeds, and so there's only 100 packs available, and that's it. And we're not releasing anymore. But it's like you didn't actually make any more seeds than that, so you couldn't release anymore. And the parents are gone, so you can't make anymore. So it just comes down to if you're going to buy that seed, you should know that because you might buy something that fucking is great and then you can't repurchase them and you ran all 10 of them and didn't keep none and thought I'm going to go back and buy more and the line's gone and it's just not coming back. And now you're kicking yourself in the ass because the greatest herb you've ever come across is no longer available, and you got to try to figure out a way to get a clone from somebody else who may or may not know what the fuck they're doing, selecting plants, or it just comes into a shit fucking show when you're trying to fucking dive into these small batches of lines with plants that really probably shouldn't have been put on the market. They should have just been kept in house and passed around to the homies and pass the stuff that you're going to work out, or at least continue to create or have a large enough amount that you can offer people more. You can, if something goes wrong with the pack, you can send them a new pack so that they don't have to fucking worry about losing their money, or don't have to force somebody to take a line that they weren't even after because don't produce it any longer. So there's a lot of benefits to keeping your breeding parents around. Your P1 stock is invaluable.
Thank you, man. Oh man, thank you so much for saying the importance of that, because I agree, fucking 1,000%, 1,000. 1000%. And again, I think it's how things get fucked up or watered down, as I kind of hinted earlier, is those limiteds that you're talking about right there. People just kind of sustaining, I guess, if you will, and kind of BXing it themselves, and that filtering out time and again, trying to keep something, good, gets watered down because it necessarily it isn't the breeder and the original stock. And you know what? Another thing that I am real super excited about, and hopefully it will become more common, as we kind of talked about earlier, is like a Philos type thing with the amount of information that's going around right now. Tissue culture, hopefully, will be a home breeder thing, if you will. You know what I mean? You won't have to trust Philos or whatever. You can keep mom and dad in a tube, and whenever you need to go back and recreate a batch or whatever, you can tissue culture mom and dad back and work again versus, or as a backup minimum for things. I think that
Yeah,
will keep things from being uh, I'm excited about tissue culture in that aspect, to be honest.
that's something I've been trying to get into. I actually just started some older seeds here from 1996 and a seed embryo saving kit that I'm trying out. I'm hoping that I can actually go from doing that to tissue culture with the same system. You basically need a flow hood and a few other parts, and we all should be able to do tissue culturing at home. I mean, for the price they're charging us to bank that at a tissue bank, is kind of crazy. That they want like $5,000 for a line to go from a, say you have a dirty plant to a very clean plant that's stored for a year. That costs up to upwards of $5,000. You can buy a kit to tissue culture for $250, and if you can become successful with that, you have enough uh, tissue culture material to hold quite a few different genetics in storage for up to a year at a time. So I think if we started to learn how to do micropropagation, kind of at the same rate we want to learn how to clone, like when the early 90s when people all started to fucking share that information with each other and each person wanted to learn how to clone. I want to learn to clone. I want to learn to clone. If we could get that into the micropropagation side, I think we'd be able to do this pretty easily. And it's just gonna jump the fucking whole community up, man. It's like a fucking superpower and shit, man. If we could just figure out how to do shit a little bit more efficiently and a little bit better, we're gonna be better off. Instead of having tents full of moms, we could have little tiny fucking propagation stations that are holding all our genetics that we could just pull out prior to the time that we need them to go into veg and flower, and cut down on so much electricity, so much space, and we'd be able to save a ton of money without having to pay as many labs to do a process that us as farmers should be able to know how to do. It should be took as another form or another tool for a farmer to have in their, I guess you'd say, their quiver, right? A mechanic doesn't just have a screwdriver. He's got to have a fucking something else eventually,
Right on.
or he's just not going to be able to trying to keep from the plant. I want to cut out big pharma. If we learn to fucking micropropagate, we're going to cut big pharma a fucking big one out.
That's I agree. And as a breeder, you got to be excited, kind of, especially as somebody that early on came in for genetics. You got to be a little bit excited about the possibility of housing tons and tons of genetics. You know what I mean? Be able to pheno hunt for future projects as you're breeding out other projects. You can test to shit you found and want to bring it back clean breeding at another point. It's pretty cool, I think, as well.
Hell, hell yeah, man. And we got to do it because the plant's fucking dirty. And if we don't figure this shit out, we're gonna be fucking fucked. So I just think you're correct that that tissue culture. More people should be excited about it and shouldn't be afraid of it. The quicker we get to trying it, the quicker we're gonna succeed at it.
So I got another question for you. Hopefully you can help out myself. Not that I'm trying to be a breeder in any kind of way, but hopefully we can help out some of the expiring breeders that are noting what we're laying down here about the importance of keeping a male for multiple breeding projects. How in the fuck give what are some tips for keeping your male successfully around without constant messes? Because I've tried to keep a male around here as of late, and he's flowered on me through pollen in different stages. So how can I keep one in house without keeping a constant mess? I guess.
First, it's going to have to start off with selection. You're going to have to put that dude through a bunch of brutal tests to see how he's going to react. So, first off, you don't want him reacting with flower to abiotic and biotic stresses through different alterations of hormones, and you can accomplish this through light alterations, uh, dry cycles, different pH swings. You can do it through heating up of the room, uh, making the room get cold. I used to go through all kinds of different process to ensure that the male that I was selecting first off was pretty rock solid. After that plant needs to get put into a it's closer to a 16-hour light cycle instead of that 24-hour. The closer you get to 24 and then start to alter that at any point, those plants' hormones are going to get so much swayed that those plants are going to have issues with staying in veg cycle. It shows it a lot when they go outside, but I've noticed over the years that the same thing will happen with plants inside. If I take a plant that's been at say 20 hours of light, and then I go and throw him under 18 or 16, he'll begin to show a ton more pre-flowers on him. And even at that 16 hours, some of them will begin to flower to where you have to go and throw them back in a 24-hour schedule with a higher amount of blue spectrum to just try to get that plant to revert back out of that. Some cultivars will do it more than others. Some of them will have no issue at all. So it really comes down to experience with that plant and knowing what it can actually handle. I always start with the largest root system that I can give it. So if I can put that thing in a 15-gallon for the mother or father, that's what I want to put it in. I want to keep those roots from becoming restricted to where a point where they'll start to build up GA3 in the root zone. And that GA3 hormone can start to pass through the phloem and xylem of the plant and cause different hormonal issues if that plant is put into flower at a particular time when that's happening.
Well, I think you kind of hit part of my issue right there. Was I thought it would be best because I keep a 24-hour veg here for my flower, and I was keeping the males under 24 hours. I kind of figured it would be a fail safe, to be honest with you. But during that period, there were a couple sporadic on and off of the lights, which I never really considered uh, the quick change in hormones and shit like that. Uh, with the male, to be honest with you, because I'm so used to working with the females, I don't necessarily see it as much, but it sure did click the trigger in the male very quickly. I always tell people to, as far as before we kind of, I want to stay on the male side of things right now, but as far as
Yeah,
like
yeah.
flower, uh, uh, you people kind of always hear the give them a 24-hour or 48 hours of darkness before like the flip. Uh, I think it's quite the opposite. I think you'll get quite the quicker onset of flowers if you go from 24 to flower it almost knocks a week off the cycle, basically, before you're seeing a good onset of flowers going from flower. Do you agree with that?
Well, for me, I posted some papers on this the other day, probably about 2 weeks ago, on some of the trigger mechanisms for hermaphrodism in cannabis. And one of those is an extended dark period prior to flower, which, like the folks that are out there putting their plants into 72 hours of dark just before they begin that 12 and 12 cycle, this has an effect of swaying hormones to a extreme level so that they are very far from the endogenous level of that plant, which in turn can cause the staminate flowers to form on these females. Many times when we're fucking with these light schedules with a plant that's trying to count the photochrome far red and photochrome red. We're dealing with the photochrome system of the plant. We're trying to alter it through unnatural ways, which really do affect the hormone levels of these plants. So some of these very sensitive plants could start showing issues, and then growers are going to have the thought that maybe the breeder's plants are unstable when it could just be coming down to endogenous hormone levels in a plant that have been swayed from these unnatural environmental cues. I mean, it starts off with putting it under a light that's not natural. It's very far from close to the sunlight. And then we put it in a room that we've got the temperature set at just like one specific temperature. There's no sway in it until we enter flower, where now it went from having this warm temperature for the whole veg period. It only has it for part of it, and then all of a sudden we get this drop in temp, and that plant can take that as a very stressful situation and begin to start throwing different sexual just gonna give you issues. I mean, some plants are like that. That some of us will say the sour diesel and the Kims have those problems, and some of these problems are coming down to just basically endogenous hormone levels of the plant, which we're pushing out of it because of the fact that we want to fucking do that plant what we want it to do.
Right on, right on. So another thing I was glad to hear about what you said there about the males, where I had two of from the same cultivar, and one threw sacks way quicker, and I had to get him out of the room ASAP, which left me with the other one uh, kind of to work with. So I guess before I go any further, I'm not necessarily trying to breed on seeds, but if I'm going to keep on with this project, Sub was a good friend of mine, so a lot of what I know I kind of learned from him as far as breeding goes. But I wanted to be able to keep the male minimum for future process of this individual strain. See, much like how you like to uh, keep people by naming strains after them, uh, through this process of this show, there was somebody that came along, was came from chat, basically a home grower. He ended up coming on the show, and then through the time of being on the show nightly, passed from some cancer. He never really led on to how sick he was, and then along the lines of after his passing, on his birthday, we had a dedication show to him, and kind of came up with the idea of taking his favorite strains that he had always talked about, the Columbium and Jack Skellington, and crossing them, and then passing them forth as a memorial strain for him. And what so his handle was DOA, and we kind of decided on the name, keeping the initials but calling it Dank of Anthony, which was his first name. So that's why I'm talking about the male, and even, you know, breeding in general. Otherwise, like I said, I'm a pheno hunter. I'd rather have that collection, but in this case, that's why I have a male float around. Me and Smiley, we split up the project there. I cracked and pheno hunted the Columbium, and he cracked and pheno hunted the Jack Skellington, and then we passed our ladies, and we're each kind of doing a batch here, and then we're going to pass those out to anybody that wants to grow the strain and remember DOA, and then possibly at some point, taking something that may stand out and possibly working further. You know what I mean? But I'd like to keep that male around for that second possibility. So that's why I'm asking about the importance of keeping that male around and helping others keep that male for their projects. Because I do believe that male is super, super important for breeding.
Yeah, I feel the same way. Males for me are the magic in the plant. If selected correctly, they can do quite a bit of fucking powerful things. If you look at NL5 haze, that's something that shows that that's a plant that's produced, that genetic combination has produced some of the uh, most sought after plants over the last 30 years. It's insane how many different crosses came from a selection of a good male that came out of that haze line crossed to the power of that NO5 line. Myself with my angel male, that plant had done wonders for me over the 15 years that I possessed it to keep for breeding. There's the G hash that Bodie uses that we all know produces beautiful offspring that come out of there, or the Appalachian line that it uses. So we see all these magic that comes out of all these plants that do possess males. And for me, I just believe that if we continue to add that male into our breeding at some point, it doesn't have to happen every time, but at some point it should be added in there so that we can continue to add some genetics that just aren't available on the other chromosome, on the female chromosome. There's stuff that's possessed by the male that we're losing it by going to purely feminized seed stock.
I agree there. Again, we're again kind of relating it back to the medicine side of things. Uh, if we find or create a cultivar that's very impactful for cancer, epilepsy, whatever, it's important to be able to sustain that strain properly from the initial mom and dad. It ain't going to be the same medicine reproduced. It may be close, but it may not work as well. That's the way I'm thinking about it.
Well, it's true. Using a different cultivar to try to recreate a line is going to give variations on the line. Unless you sequence to that plant, you're never going to know if it's breeding homogeneous for specific traits that the original male or female you used was breeding for. So that's keeping them around and keeping pollen. People should learn how to store pollen. Don't use all the pollen. I mean, it takes very few staminate flowers to pollinate a female room. A staminate flower possesses upwards of 300,000 pollen grains. So for us to actually use every last grain to try to pollinate this room of very few females, we're really losing a shit ton of pollen. So if we just went in there mid-pollination and collected half that pollen and stored it, we'd always have some viable pollen, even if we lost that male that we can use to work in a back cross or to continue a line or to make a brand new cross using that same male, just in case that's the direction we wanted to go in.
I'm all ears about any tips on catching and storing
I've actually wrote a piece called Small Batch Pollen Storage. It's on my Instagram page, but I use cured coffee filters filled with uh, large food grade bead desiccant that I can store pollen with, and I've stored it up to 6 years using the technique. So I've shared it a few times. After tonight's show, and the next day or two, I'll share it up there again for folks to check it out. But that's a full write up with pictures and everything, so people can kind of get an idea of how to go through storing pollen. It's not that hard as long as you have yourself a trim bin, a pint jar, like a ball canning jar, and a fucking Keurig refillable coffee filter. You can buy them on Amazon. And then I use glue sticks so I can glue the Keurig coffee filter to the lid, but you don't have to have that. It helps in keeping the Keurig cup above the pollen so that it doesn't touch the pollen, because the pollen can stick to the desiccant beads, and then it has an issue of actually damaging the pollen when you try to pull it off of that if you try to take a brush. So if you don't let the pollen touch that, it's just there to make sure that all of the moisture is pulled out of the pollen. But by using the trim bin and allowing the pollen to fall through the top, you remove all the sepals and such, all the other male parts from the staminate flower, and only the pollen falls through. And when it lands on the other side, it's ready to be stored. It's dry. It has all the particles removed from it. You put it in that jar with the coffee filter filled with desiccant. And myself, I've used it after 6 years. So it's a way to store your pollen all the time. Just mark a jar, and every time you do store pollen, even if it's the same kind, don't mix them. Start another jar and make sure you date them. That way you can always go back to the oldest one first and keep your pollen fresher that way. But yeah, I've stored pollen multiple times for a long fucking time that way.
So, Chris, thank you for that. This is another good question that we've talked about a lot of times on the show in the weed nerd world that I'd love to hear your input on. And in that, necessarily, when do you want to properly introduce the male? A lot of us have heard, over the years, we between 2 and 3. I kind of agree with that, being if you're looking to create as many seeds as possible. And I guess you know both cultivars and how long they actually need to go, or releasing both at the same time just to get a few more quality seeds. Is there truth to that, or when do you prefer to throw that nail in?
For myself, it depends on what style of breeding am I doing. If it's open pollination, I put that male in at the same time it goes into flower with the females, and I let him release his pollen, which is going to happen roughly around day 21 to day 28. He's going to begin to drop pollen, and then he's going to drop pollen for the next roughly 3 weeks if I let him do that naturally. Now, what I like to do is store my pollen. That's why I show everyone my technique on pollen storage, because for me, if you want to make the most viable seeds, the most evenly, you need to take stored pollen and introduce it to your females between day 21 and 28 on either 1 or 2 days. Because when you do this extended open pollination style, it has this effect of where some of the early seeds are finished before those later ones that got pollinated to get done. And if you have to harvest early, you end up losing a lot of seeds that didn't finish. And if I pollinate on 1 day or just 2 days, there's a higher likelihood of all the seeds finishing on the same window, and I don't end up with a bunch of duds. So for me, I try to pollinate with stored pollen, and I'll introduce it, like I said, between day 21 and 28, depending on the cultivars in the room. If they're close to the same flower window, I'll introduce them earlier. If I have a wider window of varietals in there that have, say, somewhere from an 8-week window to a 12-week window, I try to get them closer to the 28, because some of those long flower girls may not have enough pistillate formation to be dropping pollen on them at that time yet. Like my haze, that haze wants to go quite a bit longer than some of the other girls before you pollinate her.
Thank you for that tip, bro. So let's work the opposite side of the
Oh,
equation
where'd my
there a
audio
little
go?
bit.
Damn.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Lost your audio. 1 second, brother. Lost the audio. Man.
Can you hear me?
My mic just died. 1 second, bro. Or my headset died.
Oh, no problem. No problem.
There we go.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I switched them out. Sorry about that. These things just
No
died on me.
worries, brother. I'm just glad you're here. Just glad you're here.
There we go. Damn. What tends do you keep pollen? I store pollen in the refrigerator. I keep that refrigerator set at 42 degrees. Someone's asking, weed monster grows.
Okay. So if you have any questions about the mail, I guess throw them up there now. If not, I'd like to kind of roll to the other side of the equation, my friend. Um, what's your process necessarily for selection of the female? Are you looking for clones to work with, something that you know that is already verified and the work's kind of put in and you know what you're getting? Or do you prefer to select from seed and do the pheno hunting yourself?
I do a little bit of both. So, like my mudbone line that I'm working on right now, it's a line I created back in 2011, and that line, I'm beginning to put in an F2 form, and what I did was I planted 50 seeds last year and ran 50 girls or 50 plants outside and selected the males and females that I wanted to use in the breeding project from that and ended up whittling it down to just 2 plants. So for me, it always comes down to the project at hand. What am I trying to do? What was the intent of that line? So every project slightly different. The mud bone, I was looking for a line that's going to finish in 9 weeks. It's a short, wide plant that has the potential to show color in a warmer atmosphere. Doesn't need to have a cold induced color. It needs to have a specific bud formation. It's a round, dense flower. It's very push on it. The my mud bone is a cross of the 98 Bubba to my Space Kush, which is 96 Romulan, to the Cataract Kush 2005. So there, I ran them outside, and then I've also ran them inside. That's how I used to select my females. They had to be ran twice inside with different light sources, and once outside in my space or in one of the club when I worked there. I would run it in one of their places when I was doing large female selections. So this was giving me an idea of how that plant handled multiple different environments. So instead of just doing one test grow, I always had 3 test grows on a plant that was going to enter my breeding, and be it a clone only or something that I had already created and I'm working down on, like some of the stuff I'm working with right now that I'm putting in, that I've selected through the stock that I produced, that's going to be introduced to the male that I made myself, that came through another male line that I created. So I try to do my breeding with at least the male side with a plant that I created myself, and not just seed pack that I bought from somebody and then cross it to a plant I found or seed that I got from someone else. I always try to make sure that the plant plants that I let out into the public always had a male that I tried to select through. That's why I always did my angel crosses for so long. Fucking cheddar.
Again, man, I gotta fucking give you more and more respect, man. Uh, you know your shit. I appreciate it, man. Again, for real, I greatly appreciate it. Uh, you kind of took my next question. I was going to ask you basically when you're pheno selecting from seed there, how many runs do you necessarily go through before you pick the pheno for the breeding project? And appreciate the fact that you said multiple runs, different lights. That's fucking super respectable, man. It makes me feel very good about the breeding that you're doing, my friend. I don't think a lot of
Yeah,
people
and
actually understand that it actually does take a couple of runs for a seed to kind of fully express itself, I think, before you can accurately make a decision on the pheno you want, I guess.
yeah, sure, for sure. The plant has to acclimate, and if it doesn't acclimate, it's gonna show weird shit. And if you don't run it and experience it, you can't tell anybody how the fucking plant's gonna grow, what it's gonna smell like, what's gonna have issues if it would. There's just none of that information you're gonna be able to give anyone just from straight guessing. So I've always prided myself in showing that work, and not only just like pictures, but actually the steps that I went through from the selection to my breeding and then through the testing. Like Cheddar Bob's in here. What I did with Cheddar Bob is I sent Cheddar Bob the Bruce Band number 3 mom along with the progeny that she produced with my space cheese male. And then he went about testing them side by side so that he could see the progeny next to their mother in the same environment. That way he could tell, am I actually seeing uh, expressions that are coming from the Bruce Banner, or am I finding something new and novel that I do not see in that mom? So I tried in the past, and now I've been trying to redo this is by passing the mom of the seed that I produce to my testers so they can grow them in the same environment. So not only people can see the transparency of the breeding, but the breeder can get experience with not only my breeding, but with my selecting process and with traits that are going to come through from breeding. Because a lot of people will believe they saw something in a line when they never grew that line based on things they read. But if you actually put that fucking plant in their garden next to the fucking seeds it makes, and they're gonna see for real where the diesel comes from. Where does the crowning of the bud shape come from? Does this plant have node spacing similar to the mother? Are the serrations on the fan leaves the same count based on the mother? There's so many traits that you can physically see that you can't get just from reading a forum or even looking at Instagram. When that plant's in your garden, you can smell it. You can feel the texture of the leaf. You can tell if, say, the pre-flowers like to show out 3 calyxes instead of just 2 every once in a while, and it's a trait that comes from the mom. If you start seeing this in the progeny, now you can verifiably say, I've found traits from the mother and in the progeny, and I want to select for that. Instead of just thinking you found it, now you 100% know it came from this plant by being able to reference my male notes, which I offered to my breeders, and the actual mother that you now possess in your garden.
So, I guess let's talk about a little bit about some of your breeding. You talked about your first 2 strains. Uh, where did you kind of go from there? Uh, what lit the fire after the 2? It sounded like there's a little bit of time from the first couple that you created from the next project. What kind of kicked off the next project or the want to kick off to see more serious out of breeding?
That would have been around 2003 and 2004 when uh, my town decided to let legal cannabis start to happen in it. Right before that, I'm in a place where it was one of the worst counties to be in for legal cannabis in the state of California. And then all of a sudden, they start to let these places start showing up. They start letting people grow without deciding they're going to bust them. And that's when I decided I'm going to start breeding some plants. I had sent a partner to Amsterdam with some money when he got married, and he came back with a whole bunch of seed stock that he bought from over there and brought them back to me. And I started to breed with these plants and grow with them. Because this is when I got the Bubba, the Fire, and the Blue Dream, and I was trying to expand my knowledge with plants on the medicinal level because it's the first time that I witnessed a plant do a specific thing for a person besides get them high or just generally make them feel good or happy. My mom started to use Blue Dream to supplement uh, the pills that she was taking at that time, her depression pills. And eventually she ends up being able to completely quit taking depression pills, and she attributes it to that plant, the Blue Dream. She used to use that plant all the time. My mom was a heavy smoker. She used to smoke easily an ounce a day of cannabis, 100%. And she would smoke that weed like it was going out of style. And instead of taking a depression pill, she would fucking have a joint on her all the time. And that's when I realized that cannabis could be specifically beneficial for specific things. Like I said, it's not just like, man, I want to fucking giggle and laugh, or I just don't want to be down. This was something that was helping my mom with a very specific need. And this is when I started to try to dive into as many plants as I can to try to find out whatever I could to help my mom. So that's when I found the bromelain. And when I gave my mom the bromelain, that's when shit kind of changed. Like that plant for her solved so many different issues. That's when she's like, you need to start crossing these plants for me because I want a plant that can do what all of them do for me separately. And that's when I really started to breed. And it was to help my mom to try to find one plant that could do what 5 or 6 plants were doing for her, or she'd have to smoke a joint of this and a joint of that and a joint of this. She wanted to smoke one joint that was going to solve all that shit. So that's when I started breeding and trying to create different lines. And that's when I found this one here. For my mom, my Space Kush line became her herb of choice. My mom smoked this shit for fucking 15 years, every day, all day, nonstop. And this plant right here, and the number 2 phenotype specifically that I found out of the original was what my mom always wanted to smoke. So that plant right there was the first plant I ended up learning how to reverse a plant on. I used to search the forums until I found some information from HypeTech. When I found HypeTech's past STS formula, that's the first time I started to fuck with trying to reverse a plant. Before that, I had tried to make colloidal silver, but I could never get that shit to work correctly from what I thought it was supposed to do. Well, once I found that STS, that's when shit kind of changed. So that's when I started to fucking learn that there was information out there to be had. I just had to fucking decide to search for it because there was cats out here that knew shit beyond CalMag. I just had to fucking search them out. And that was the first cat I would say that I really found that fucking made me be like, damn, I need to fucking really dive deep into these fucking posts to find information I'm after so that I can benefit what the fuck I'm after. Because I'm not just after getting high. I was trying to learn how to breed. That's when I started learning about different books on breeding and folks that had bred plants beyond cannabis. Because we all have heard of like DJ Short's book and Greg Green's book, and those are great books. But when you start learning about men like Luther Burbank and Gregor Mendel, your mind fucking explodes fucking on a level that's kind of incomprehensible because those cats were doing shit way beyond the level of some of the other people that I at the time had knew were doing with fucking cannabis. I mean, besides a few small cats like DJ, there weren't a ton of cats you could read about doing a lot of fucking work about cannabis in the open, at least not on the breeding level, right? You'd fucking hear some things, but they weren't putting that information out there. And when they did, it wasn't all of it. You could read DJ's book and know you wanted to sit in the room with him to fucking pick his brain to find out more information that he didn't put in the fucking book. Same with Greg Green or any of these other guys that wrote books before. It's like, if you really was interested, you wanted to sit down and try to fucking become a bookworm in the brain of these cats so that you could somehow digest part of the fucking information they were trying to put out.
Oh yeah, I totally agree. I kind of want to ask Diggity Dank's question here about environment and such. Do you because we've had this conversation and it was quite the lengthy and somewhat heated conversation, and it had lots of comments in the day after. So, how do you believe environment plays any kind of role in whether or not you're going to get a better rate of female selection or female or male seeds? Then do you think temperature comes into play, humidity, shit like that?
Well, not rate of, like, it's not going to sway your whole seed stock one direction, but environment 100% will affect these things in your plant. These are sex isn't just driven by the genetics that that plant possesses in the seed form. The environment's going to help drive the endogenous hormone levels of that seedling, which can also cause that plant to sway one way or the other. This we know this is true from hermaphrodites showing up in a room, from heat affecting plants late in flower and causing them to show a different sexual expression. Sexual expression in cannabis can be a phenotypical expression. It's not always set in stone. So, and from what I know and what research I've shared on Instagram and Facebook many times, environment plays a key role in how cannabis can show its sex, because cannabis is not only XY and XX chromosome. It can actually have an XY. There's also the polyploid cannabis that's out there. Cannabis in itself isn't 100% set in the fucking sexual expression that it has. We prove this with the way we can sway it with silver, um, cobalt chloride. There's multiple different hormones we can actually use on a plant to cause that plant to show different expressions, male or female. So yeah, environment 100%. It's been shown multiple times and proven in peer-reviewed study that this can happen. Yeah, it's like Os indica makes a very good point. In incubation of crocodiles, the higher temperature during incubation will give you more male crocodile hatchling. Through nature, this is shown in many different species to happen. It's not across the board, but it is a mechanism that can happen.
I thought it would be too, but I was kind of quickly slapped down in my ideas when I presented it like that. Because I think is just different stages that the plant goes through during temperature that allow it to take on more susceptible, yes, to one or the
Let's see
other
here.
um, during pollination.
Chad. Fucking Chad. Chad. Chad's always making me laugh and fucking in the comments. Him and fucking Cheddar Bob. Them two are like the fucking old guys on the Muppets and shit up in the fucking grandstands right there.
For sure.
Let's see. I'm trying to find the paperwork that shows this on here with Man, my shit does not want to load. I got too many devices running at one time. The only thing that wants to come up is the actual paperwork on hermaphroditic flowers and plants and some of the trigger for, excuse me, insert 25 males out of 25 plants is my record. Yeah, I went fucking almost 4 years one time without getting any males in my garden. There was nothing but females, and they were from seed when I was looking for them. It was so fucking disheartening to get nothing but females when all I wanted was some males. Marshall, I'd like to
That's
thank
what makes
God.
me a- ask that question right there, is because I haven't had 25 out of 25, but I have had a couple of 10 out of 10 batches, which makes me wonder at some point, why are they so I just refuse to believe, uh, out of that batch, I was dealt 10 in a row that were male. You know what I mean? I prefer to believe there was something was off in the equation during germination that made it just lean towards the more male side that
We see this also in full grown female plants that can manifest a whole branch that's a male on a fucking plant. I've seen this in blueberry many times back in the day when I was running the club. The boss had this blueberry line that he fucking kept running, and with any kind of fucking weird trigger of any type of fucking stress, that plant would throw a branch out the side about fucking midway up. It was roughly about where my eyes are because these plants were like 18 feet high. It's about the height of my eyes. It would send a branch out on the side that was a full male, and it would do it on multiple plants out of that shit. And it did it all the time. It's fucking crazy. You can see this kind of in how we can reverse one branch on a female, where you spray just one branch, and only that section becomes a hormone a hormone in male, and the rest of the plant stays as a female. We can completely sway the sexual expression or the phenotypical expression of the sex of that plant very easily through hormones and through environmental stress. It's not hard to do. Yeah, Anthro says Chimera. Chimera will talk a ton about this, and he is a fucking awesome cat to listen to on these topics. He's educated, has a degree on it, he's practicing it. I'd highly recommend you guys tune in to the breeders panels that we're on every Monday. When he's on there, just fucking listen, man. Just sit there quiet like me and pay attention, because that guy will give you information that is invaluable. I appreciate you bringing that up, Anthro. I forgot all about mentioning that.
So, what have been some of your strains, your favorite strains you've put out so far, or favorite strains to work with so far?
Out of my own work, my favorite ones, there's the Space Kush here. There's my Icarus OG. There's the Odd Dog, which is a feminized line using the Icarus and the Kim 91. The Haze for Days. I'm proud of that one. But my favorite one that I created that was my for smoking would be my Icarus OG, which is a cross of Rugburn OG from Rare Dankness and my Angel Male. That plant was the perfect blend of gas and grapes for me. Great structure, finished in 10 weeks. Had a beautiful fucking bud structure, plant structure. It gave you awesome color. It hit on all the points for myself. So I've been doing a lot of work this year with some of the lines through that: the Icarus S1, the Odd Dog, the OK Fine, the Fire and Rain. All these are crosses to uh, my Icarus OG, which is a continuation of the original regular Icarus. Because now I'm fucking with the S1 at the moment.
So, I want to Us go back a little bit. Do you have any tips for clones? Somebody that's been taking clones since 8 years old has got to have some great tips for cloning as well. One question in particular I want to throw out there. What's your thoughts on clipping back them fan leaves? I like to, when I'm taking my clones, I like to go as short as the smallest leaf there or shoot there around that and cut them around both for space and I don't know. I just think it helps them root a little bit faster, puts them in that panic mode. What's your thought?
Well, well, from peer-reviewed studies, it just depends on cultivar. Some lines will take it. The Ghost Train haze handles that with no problem, with ease. It also handles the cutting or scarring of the tissue to the phloem. Uh, it'll take that and actually root faster. Now, if you had a cultivar like Bubba, if you do that same technique to Bubba, it's actually going to slow down the rooting system and how fast that actually happens. But in general, most of the plants I found will handle it just fine. It will help you with having too much humidity in the actual canopy of the plants when you're cloning. If you, especially if you're going with high density cloning, and say a tray, or the people that like to put in multiple cuttings in the aeroponic cloners in one collar, that can cause moisture to build up in the leaf tissue that's starting to overlap in there. So that's one way to actually cut back on it. But for myself, I prefer to just leave my plants go. I don't do much trimming back on mine. It's just something that I never got in the habit of. So for myself, I never seen either way. I just know what I read about in reports, and it just came down to peer-reviewed studies showing that it was cultivar dependent. For me, like the Bubba has a more tendency to become more woody and stayed less turgid than say the Ghost Train haze or uh, a sour diesel. You know, Blue Dream, I keep bringing that up, but it's a stark opposite to it. Something like a deep chunk, a Bubba, a pure Kush, they have a tendency to form a much more thick layer of tissue, and it's harder to get that uh, cadmium layer to be exposed to be able to allow that plant to set root faster. So that's when, if you start to damage that, that plant goes into shock and hates it. But them thinner ones, like the haze, green crack, or Appalachia, G13, kryptonite, lavender, most everything else, it will take that stress and fucking just keep on going, no problem.
What's your thoughts on necessarily location of the taking where you take the clones from? Are you losing? Is there anything lost other than vigor, or do you even lose vigor? Say if you wait to take your clones, when you're basically cleaning up the underskirt there or taking tops. Is there a difference in your opinion? Should you be taking more tops, or are you losing something to when you're cleaning up the underneath there,
That
taking your
comes
clones from?
down to the stress that's been hit on that plant. In the research that was shown, we did a show on this about a month ago with Chimera, and he brought up a lot of great information on the mosaic um, issues with the plant that happens through cloning, where the the top of that plant is going to be slightly different than the bottom of that plant. If it starts to go through issues, those lower branches will be where you want to take your cuttings from and take them sooner than later. The longer you wait for that plant to grow, the longer it has a chance for any possible viruses or diseases to start to set in and pass that into the genetic code. That's what's happening with the viruses that we're seeing, like beet curly beet and hops latent viroid. Um, unless you're going through tissue culture, if you want to try to beat that stuff, you want to try to get to that before it even happens, which means take your cuttings soon, early, and try not to wait for that plant to get large and start to age. The sooner you get those cuts off, the less likely there's going to be an issue with any of those viruses that could be showing up.
Just out of the random blue, I wanted to catch it before I forgot it. To be honest with you, I was wondering. I was thinking about this earlier today, and maybe you can help me figure out what the fuck I'm thinking about here. So I was kind of daydreaming about the days of yesteryear, or just good cannabis in general, that I find to be heavy hitting, and I can't help but notice that even back in the day, the pioneer stuff that really threw me back wasn't all trichome covered back in the day. It was more greasy. I remember those buds feeling not wet, but sticky, more oily. So, what's the difference in the high from the more oily, sticky bud versus the trichome covered bud? I honestly think the
Man,
trichome covered bud isn't. There's just something to that stickiness. Whatever's in that stickiness packs a
that
fucking
stickiness
punch.
has to have been coming from, I believe, more lipids that were on the plant back then. They were more tacky feeling than, like you said, not wet, but they would grab a hold of you when you touched them. They were sticky and shit instead of today's that are a lot more sandy feeling and fucking more of a bead. And you can actually feel those trichome heads in your hands before they start to pop and break and shit. Them older lines, you would touch them and it seemed as if the cell walls were thinner on the trichome head, and that they actually might have a larger interior space inside the trichome, even though it was the same physical size outside. That thinner wall was allowing for more of those essential oils to be produced inside the head, along with more lipids and fats, because that's where that greasiness, I believe, is coming from that we're missing in today's cultivars. And why we're missing them, I don't know. I don't know if it's because we started to breed away from specific profiles in terpenes and thiols and such, or if it had to do with the fact that we just kept driving breeding towards higher and higher THC, and that alone is what's causing the reduction in those essential defense mechanisms that come up as oils and fats that we are looking for in those. It's what we're missing. So maybe breeding for that specific cannabinoid is what's causing those plants to lose that tackiness. That part of that tackiness has to do with keeping insects off the plant and keeping herbivores from chewing on it. And possibly we need to have a different cannabinoid combination to bring that back. Maybe that THC being driven to that point is actually what's causing this to happen.
Fair enough. So again, I kind of wonder if, and I wonder this a lot, to be honest with you, kind of the banana incident, or basically, is indoor breeding partly responsible for this? You know what I mean? Is it, are the coddling of the indoor environment, coaching it to what we think's, perfect, part of the loss? You know what I mean? To where back in the day, most
Yeah.
of the breeding that was being done was outdoor, best of the
Yeah, well,
best
that's what I say. I
environments,
believe it's,
stresses.
yeah, well, the outdoor. On one great thing about the outdoor was they were breeding on a larger selection level. They weren't breeding with a 10 pack of seeds. They were breeding with 100 and 1,000 seeds. Right. Today, we're forcing what's called founder's effect upon the genetics that we're selecting from. It's what's causing bottlenecking. It's what's causing reduction in genetic code. The fact that every person that's out here breeding keeps starting with 10 seeds they bought from a guy that bought 10 seeds who will buy 10 seeds from the guy that found 1,000 seeds, right? We're, we're just not breeding on a large selection anymore. There's not enough people breeding one line. Everybody's breeding 15 or 20 lines to try to stick with the market because the market moves so fast. So to stay relevant, they're trying to fit these specific cultivars in that are hyped up or that are selling the most at the moment. And they try to get that in the breeding quickly as possible so they can offer their own cross of it that they claim is better and hybridized. And I think that's what's causing the problem because nobody spends the time to literally work the line out or to preserve lines. Like early in the 80s, you'd get guys that were preserving an Afghani or a Colombian or a Thai. And then as you got into the 90s, you had guys that were preserving those original skunk lines and the haze lines and the Beatrice choices and the M10s, but they weren't necessarily trying to make as many crosses to as many plants as possible. They were trying to work that line farther down. They would make a couple for themselves, but like they would release an Afghani that was worked in to a back cross to one of the parents. And we're starting to lose that technique of breeding these days. We're getting a lot of people taking one cultivar and back crossing it to its cousin and then selling seeds of that to a guy that does the same damn thing, but he's not never picking the same reoccurring parent. They just keep picking the same reoccurring labeled genetic. And sometimes it's not even the same plant. Someone's lying. It may not be a lie. It might have been a mislabel. Or sometimes the guy only made, like I said, those limited breeding drops where the guy only made 100 or 500 seeds. And now you're pulling out of a very tiny selection of seeds, which means the guy might have used some pollen that was not very mature. It could come with issues with it. He might have had a garden that was full of stress since he's breeding on such a small scale. There's no proof behind what he's done with his plants, he or she. So it just comes down to guesswork because you liked what the name was on the pack instead of picking through something that you know is going to produce a specific set of traits because you know it's available in that line. That's what we were getting back in the 80s. You could get Afghanis and know you were going to get particular terpene profiles, or the package of Charlie Cushes. You could pick those up and know you could breed for specific color sets, or like the purple Techinesis. Those are lines you could pick up and put into your line for purple and for cold, right? There was specific stuff you could dive into and produce F1 hybrids out of that did specific things very easily, which now becomes extremely hard.
You kind of touched base on something we talked about a little bit earlier, and that's fucking recreational versus medical. Okay. Now, I appreciate breeders like you that have a heart and are doing this with purpose. You know what I mean? Because they are helping people with certain ailments. They're kind of geared to helping people versus uh, when recreational goes through and breeding goes forth at that point, you already hit the nail on the head. They want to wean it down to in particular ones that's already caught people's eyes. And once that happens, it's being more dictated like a large pharmaceutical market at that point. You're going to tell me my medicine now is only from these 10 strains that you find to be profitable and hype. And now my medicine is cookies, you know what I mean? Is on my t-shirt. I think at once the legalization hits that point and medical drowns out in the background, that research, them pheno hunts, that's what we're going to get. We're going to be right back to almost like a calling cannabis like a big pharma type thing. I think, it's, I hope that breeders like yourself just keep going with heart and not necessarily the dollar market that is due to come. Man. I'm just giving you a little shout out again there, man. 'Cause it's very disheartening. because that's what I see now too with a lot of breeders. They're not even chasing quality genetics. They're just trying to slap hype times hype because people are going to look at that pack and just be like, "Oh, cookies times fucking this! I gotta have this." And again, we're talking about it not even being worked, or you know what I mean? People, calling it medicine and fucking taking it back, putting the time, the value into it, hoping that it's whatever. So, breeding, I guess, and again, reverting back to just the indoor. Are we setting ourselves up to, again, like a banana incident, to where we've weakened the plant to where a virus, a pest, can easily wipe out indoor crops because everything's been bred for indoor environmental conditions. They can't take that type of shit.
Yeah, it's true. People are. It's epigenetic steering, I believe. What's happening in these kind of cases when the plant's been left in an indoor environment for too long of a time, what happens is you get traits in that plant to start to express themselves. They're going to either turn on or off, and um, we're forcing, I believe, um, because we want to force shit out of a plant that actually doesn't have it in it. So for me, I think we need to kind of get over that kind of shit real fast and try to go back to breeding with old school techniques. That's just how I feel like we should do it more often, and we don't seem to do that as often. But that's just how it is. And pretty soon, I think, like I keep saying, the level of knowledge that the community seems to possess these days is going to jump start where we're going with this plant much more quickly than where we've been at in the past.
Right on. I greatly appreciate the community right now. I see it as the people like yourself that come out and dump out the knowledge that they've got to be a good thing. Uh, I don't like to call it bro science. I heard it in a mycology book, and I prefer that term they use there. It's more citizen science. What we're each doing is more open source learning these days. More live, more information, and taking that as open source learning. Wow, you're finding them work. I can take work off of what you're doing. The information that's being put out right now is nothing short of amazing. Uh, I'm grateful for this time in cannabis, that's for sure. I wish it would have been like this when I started. I'd have been.
Oh
I'm
man,
honestly so jealous of the new growers that are able to soak in all this right from the get. What about so much better to start than some of us that didn't have all this when we started? It was all stumble and fall back then. But man, you guys that are starting to learn today, I'm so lucky. So much better equipment, open source knowledge as we're talking about. Great days.
I'm telling you, man. Just think of the fucking where we'd be today if we would have had this knowledge set and availability back in the day. Because we couldn't find none of this fucking information. Now you had to learn from some old dude that fucking took a liking to you, or you had to commit all kinds of criminal fucking activity just to fucking learn about a plant. And today you can be like, I want to grow weed, and type weed in on Instagram, and fucking a million posts are gonna pop up with weed, and now you can pick a fucking who you want to follow and start learning, or go on the fucking, just go on Google and type in weed, and something's popping up. You're gonna have no issues with trying to find somewhere to go to find some form of information or genetics. And we just didn't have that in our time. All we had, like I said, we had our uncles and our neighbors and maybe the fucking dude down the street or the lady that we met one time, but we fucking definitely weren't like going out of our way to talk to him because we knew that was not cool. And they weren't talk because they just weren't about it. To read some of the bubble hash. Water doesn't want your screen because 25 multi-color.
Are you there? I think I lost you for a minute. Shit. So go back. Are you there? I don't know if it's you or me, brother. We're having a little shit. Always good episodes. Hopefully it's me. I'm gonna try to click different connection real quick. Hopefully I don't lose you. Hopefully Mr. Dad Toad's internet comes back super quick. Man, what a great guest so far, dude, man. Just wanna, hopefully he hears it. I am having a great fun now. Audio only may be a possibility there, so can you hear me, brother?
I'm gonna turn that video off real quick and see how it sounds. Yeah, I can hear you. I've been here.
There we go. I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Hell yeah. We kind of lost you there for a minute. I hate to fucking think of all the great info we just lost. Hopefully, you have a little bit of
seconds to help the audio.
I'll take whatever I can get, my friend. Hopefully, you have a little bit of sense of humor. I was thinking about this in the back and forth. Uh, I don't know how old you are, and I'm not implying that you are old in any of age. And by the way, I'm turning 50 in a couple of days, so I'm no fucking young chicken. I just think it's kind of funny as we talk about cannabis and how lucky they have it these days. I think it's slightly funny that you can honestly look at some of these new growers and go, you guys don't know what it's like to fucking take clones or walk up a hill fucking you know what I mean? You don't know what it's like to take clones and walk a half mile up a hill. You don't know how lucky you got it and shit. I just think that's slightly funny.
And that's for sure, man. I'm putting fucking 49 here and tomorrow. I'm there with you, man. But yeah, I look crazy. I never thought I would yeah, we could be at a time where we're gonna can sold cannabis.
That's awesome. Hey, let's just try this real quick. I ain't going nowhere. You want to log out and try logging back in real quick to see if that helps because I had a little bit of robot. I only caught like every other word of it, and I don't want these guys to miss out on a great episode. You can't hear anything, brother. Shit. Shit. Come right back, my friend, if you can hear me.
See if I can turn up my
Man, Wee Bouncer says, yeah, restart right so it works. Hopefully we can get this going. It's been such a fun episode too.
start working here. I'm not sure. I'm trying my best.
Can you hear me, Mr. Toad?
Working now. I
Why don't you
hear
try
me.
logging out and coming back? I think that will help.
All right.
Cheers to everybody watching. Hopefully you guys are well, I know you guys are enjoying this episode and watching chat. Cheers to everybody. Cheers, Mr. Toad, being such a great guest. Patient. I'm gonna kick you out, brother. Come back.
Let's try that. How's that? Let's see if this works
There you
for
go.
us. I logged out and came back in.
There you
See
go.
if that one's working for us. Can y'all hear me?
I got video. I got video. I can hear you.
There we go. I got you.
Cheers.
Hopefully we're working here. Hopefully
Yeah,
this.
this is working.
There we go. Sorry about that, y'all. I just got the most unstable fucking internet out here.
It happens, man. You know, a little sidetrack here from you and your episode here. I think it's funny. At one point, I had uh, a toad running around here, or a frog, and I was calling him Mister Toad. You'd see him hanging out in the background or jump out of the tent and shit. And people asked me at that point if about you, and I'm like, "Oh, there's really a fucking toad hopping around in the background."
Yeah, that's me. I was jumping around. I was keeping an eye on the scene. That's what was going on. Let's see here. See if I missed any questions while I was out. Marshall, respect to you, brother.
So I know a lot of people with PTSD and anxiety seems to be rampant these days. Uh, which of your strains would you say work best or work well for those two in particular?
Um, my mudbone, my rug burn, and my space kush would be the ones that I sent people to the most for on those things. Unless it has something to do with, like I said, my mom with depression, and then I had my blood, sweat, and tears line, which was a cross of the blue dream to my angel. But my angel was a line that worked quite well for many different folks on when they came into my club medicinally. I ran that through so many different folks, like I said, from seizures to MS to arthritis. That was a plant that was chose by more people than any of my lines. That's how I realized that it possessed some of the qualities that it did. And that was just through running it through sick folk. And for me, that was the best way to quantify the traits that my plants were producing. I was able to find out specific plants were being used by specific people for different ailments. And that helped me steer those breeding lines to help patients out better. Because for me, it's always better to give a patient that something that can work as good as possible instead of taking a guess and giving them something that may be antagonistic to whatever it is they're trying to treat. When cannabis is the wrong choice, it's usually the reason why people won't come back to the plant as a medicine. So if you try to just pick and guess based on whatever you have at hand, you may not be able to treat that person. But if you pick and choose based on what's actually available to you and that patient, because at my club, if you came in and I didn't have that line and I knew one of the other clubs did, I would send you to that other club. I wasn't trying to get fucking $15 off you for a gram of fucking weed when I could fucking guarantee you would come back and spend 30 next time because I told you where you could go and get the medicine that you were actually looking for. And when you decided in your own head that I wasn't about your dollar bill and I was more about your friendship and helping you, I usually ended up with a friend who came back to my club. And that's just how I ended up making most of my friends when I worked there. And yeah, they did come back and have to spend money for herb because we had to buy it, but right, they'd be people that would get first choice. I would call them up and let them know that what they were looking for was going to be there. We would hold it for them. We weren't like you have to come down so you can buy it now. They'd be like, I'd be down Thursday. Can you hold my fucking my whatever they chose to purchase, and we'd put it in the safe. It'd be waiting for them. We wouldn't sell it because we knew it was actually helping folks. All right, we could make money off anybody that was just trying to get stoned, but the folks that were purchasing cannabis for specific things, that you can't just give them anything and it's going to work. It just doesn't work that way. At least not my fucking experience.
I agree. I was sitting here wondering as you were speaking on the edible side of things, what's your thoughts about today being able to isolate certain molecules and kind of being able to work more with the patient? and kind of catering their edible or their medicine a little more tailored to their needs. What are your thoughts on that?
Oh, it's great because before we were just shooting in the dark with whatever was on the plant. And now we know we can use specific cannabinoids to treat things by steering our endocannabinoid system. So if we can open up specific receptors, we can steer that plant's power to this specific spot we need it to. So it needs to pass the blood-brain barrier, but it also needs to be targeted to specific, say, organs. Like if a person's dealing with deep tissue, they may not want to get high and alter the brain, where the amount of herb they have to smoke to stop the physical pain may be on a level so high that they can't function because they're stoned out of their fucking brain. When you could give them a topical now or an edible that's higher in CBD and say CBG along with just enough THCA to help carry these across the blood-brain barrier more efficiently. And now this is going to be able to help them with what they're actually trying to treat instead of just going, hey, here's a pot cookie that's filled with as much THC as I can put in it. So you're gonna go fucking comatose eating this fucker, and that's why you don't feel the pain. A lot of people still want to function, so we're able to take these isolates and create a specific amount of milligram dosage in each edible, so that a person, like say a diabetic, right, if they can only eat a small amount of edible, you can put a large dose in that small edible. Or if you have a person that wants to eat fucking half a dozen cookies in a day, you could spread that same amount over those 6 cookies and they get the right amount of cannabinoids without having to fucking be fucked up all damn day, like I said.
So I guess are we losing something there by tailoring it though? I can't help but wonder because this is what I'm proposing is I think at some point with edibles you have those people that don't say they don't get high or whatever. I think that's just your body as you ingest it dictates, hey, you're sick or your body's malfunctioning in some way. We're going to turn this into medicine versus, Delta 11, and you actually start to get high off it. I think your body kind of dictates the effect uh, according to the state of your body as it takes it in. So you think by us kind of
Well, there's actually an enzyme in our liver that fucking dictates whether or not we can get stoned from fucking cannabis. So if your body has a specific enzyme in the liver, you'll be one of those people that are always saying you can't get high from cannabis because your liver processes the THC so quickly and it passes through your system that it never has time to pass the blood-brain barrier. It's a very small amount of people, but that's usually the people that that's happening to. The other people are fucking folks that probably didn't eat the whole fucking brownie or even lied about eating the fucking brownie because if you don't have that enzyme, eating cannabinoids will affect your body on a much higher level because of the enzymatic action that happens in our gut and our fucking intestines. These make that more bioavailable and it passes the blood-brain barrier much more efficient because it stays in the system and you don't basically exhale. Because we take a hit and exhale, majority of what we just inhaled is released, and we don't use any of that cannabinoids that we've actually it took into our system. But through eating it, we have that ability now for it to, as it passes through our intestines, to be fully absorbed through the blood-brain barrier. But with that enzyme that's in the liver, specific people will literally not be able to get high from eating any form of cannabinoids. It's just the body breaks it down too quickly. I'd have to look through my paperwork, but there's an actual name for that specific enzyme that's when it
that's awesome. I did not know that. I appreciate you sharing that. I learn something every episode.
could eat fucking that dude could eat fucking my buddy Casey, I could give him 3 grams of fucking concentrate and nothing would happen to that fucking dude. But you smoke like 3 hits off a bong, he fucking faded. It was that that fucking caused that enzyme to kick in, and then his body just basically dumping everything as a waste.
It's crazy. I'm glad I don't have it. Or it doesn't affect
I
me
mean,
like that.
me too, man, for sure. Yeah, the first guy that I really ran into it was this cat named Antonio. Uh, some of the folks in here might know who he is. His name was Antonio Bacchus. He used to have a fucking micro company, but that guy was smart as a motherfucker. He brought that shit up one day when we were talking about it because my buddy were at his house and he offered him some edibles.
Oh, hopefully he comes back just like that. Lost him out of the blue. Oh man, I hope he comes back. Hopefully he comes back. Oh, when he comes back, his toe come back. Oh man, this has been a fun episode. Hopefully he comes back. There he is.
Let's see. Hopefully, I'm back.
You're back.
I've got terrible internet, folks. I am sorry.
Oh man, I can definitely relate. I have had my struggles with internet this whole through this whole journey of this show, my friend. I can greatly understand. So no worries on my part. I'm just glad you're
Um,
persistent enough to keep going.
well, man, I don't want to back out. You gone and invited me on here, and folks want to fucking listen, so we might as well give it a try at least. So, fuck it.
Well,
I'm going to take a dab real quick.
do that. Oh, oh man. I can't hear you. You are muted, my friend.
That should bring me back.
You are right. I never did ask you. What the fuck are you dabbing on, if you don't mind me asking?
It's GMO rosin from Bubble Hash that I made. This is the mom to my government cheese. I used the GMO cross to my space cheese to make government cheese. That thing's got some killer fucking phenotypes that come out of that, and genotypes that are fucking beautiful as shit. I mean, just purple as hell. Anthro Centimia, he's in the comments here. He fucking ran some that looked fucking crazy. I found some gnarly ass bubblegum popping out of that line.
Yeah, you take some fucking big ass dabs too. I would be
Gotta
choking.
try.
Choking.
I kind of got used to it after I got out of the hospital. I was smoking almost 2 grams of fucking rosin a day, trying to keep the pain levels down from fucking the amputation that I had to go through. It was fucking crazy. So I got to a point where I probably smoke a little bit too much.
can't
But
imagine.
fuck. And I'll tell you one thing, that I went through some serious health issues. I had an amputation, but for me, it kind of turned into one of the best things that ever happened to me. It changed me, made me a more positive person. Um, I ended up finding out that I had shit inside of me that I was afraid to find out if was there. So for me, fucking, the health issues I went through fucking ended up becoming a blessing in disguise. And I ended up finding out I had more friends than I thought I had, especially in this fucking cannabis community. This community became the greatest thing that ever could happen to me besides my mother and my brother. Besides those two people, this community is what kept me alive. The fucking friendships that I had forged over like 15 years of fucking just talking to people about plants on Facebook and Instagram, fucking on the forums, turned into fucking why I was able to turn to other humans and get humanity back from them. It was all because I fucking shared information about a plant. So that's why I always kind of pressed people to quit hiding when it comes to this cannabis plant, when it comes to this miraculous ancestral plant that we all want to fucking grow. Quit hiding, quit ducking, and be as open with it as you would be with a tomato or a fucking banana. It is what it is, and there's no reason to be afraid of it or scared of it. And there's no reason to pretend that you don't love it and that it's not changed your life or that it could change someone else's. As soon as we get that mentality in our fucking heads, we're all going to be in a better place with this plant. But there's still so many people that are scared because of the laws where they're at or the way their family might look at them because of the history of the information that's been passed. That's why we all have to show each other and the people that really don't like the plant that we aren't the stereotypical fucking idea that they have of us as just being these fucking dumb stoners and shit.
That's the funny thing about the dumb stoner. I don't find that to be fucking true at all. Because being
It's
in the
not.
cannabis community is, as long as I have, fucking, I see nothing but people trying to live a dream. Fuck, most of the people that I know that are in the cannabis community get like 4 hours of sleep, 4 or 5 hours of sleep, and the rest of the time they are fucking hustling, trying to live the fucking dream. And then on top of that, through culture or cultivation, I've seen it do nothing but better people as they go on. All walks of life, fucking wanting to be dive deeper into educating themselves about how they can grow the plant, and ultimately it fucking grows them as they're fucking diving deeper and deeper and educating themselves uh, to grow the plant better through organics mainly. As I see that door open, they intend to better the person deeper and deeper, I guess. But yeah, to say it's stoners are stupid or lazy, that's I don't see that anywhere across the board.
Nah, man. Me neither. Every dude I met that fucked with cannabis usually was somebody that I fucking ended up wanting to fucking talk to and learn more about. Fucking, the cat always had too much shit on his plate to do, but he'd figure out a way to fit you in somehow. They were always fucking kind, compassionate, smart, hustling. Like they weren't fucking around. They knew fucking their way around every situation you put them in. They usually cats that were hustling cannabis, not just guys that were smoking weed, because that's kind of different. A lot of cats just smoke weed and don't think twice about it. But once it becomes something that you're going to risk your livelihood on, when you're putting plants in a tent or in a room and keeping them there growing for a decade, you're putting a lot of shit into a plant that a lot of other people just don't do. And when you do that shit, it it makes you a different kind of cat. Makes you different. It's a whole different level. It, it, I respect people that have done that, like 100%. no matter what level you've done it on. If you spent a majority of your time with that plant doing it for the betterment of your neighbor and not just yourself, then I got hella respect for you.
Oh, I agree, man. It's very empowering. I kind of said earlier, man, the cultivation side of it, man, is completely different. That's the game changer. It really is. You know, you can appreciate it as a user, one level or another, medicine and or recreation. But when you start growing and cultivating that plant, man, you definitely have a different relationship with the plant and become more in touch with the community for sure. I kind of jokingly say this too, as far as like clones versus seeds popped, man. I just I love a clone, but I don't have the love for the clone that I have. No, I should say taking one in, okay, versus something I pop from seed, pheno hunted. I can take that one in. It might be great, but I don't have the love for it that I have for the ones I pop from seed and have had for a nice length of time. It's a little different with that one somebody else did all the work.
I hear that intimacy you get from the seed, the soil, man. You're the one that put the seed in. You chose it from a selection. You go through and pick the fattest one or the darkest one, and then you put it in, and she pops up. You start counting cotyledons and serrations. It becomes an intimate thing. It becomes a friend. It's almost like a pet. And you get a clone, and you can love a clone, but sometimes that's like a stray that you don't know the history of. You're not sure why it's flinching when you walk by too fast or some shit, right? And that's why the seeds become your best friend. They become this new intimate entity that only you know. No one else has seen it from birth, especially when you make the seed, when you take the time to take a male and a female and cross them to make this batch of seeds that now you decide to which one of these thousands of seeds am I going to germinate. It becomes this very intimate thing.
Could see the dance, the love with the creating the seed part of it is seeing how far it can go, how many people can grow it. It's got to be a pretty amazing thing to see your fucking seeds pop off around the world, knowing they're making their own reputation geographically somewhere else. That's pretty fucking cool, right there. As you said,
Hell
man, that name, that as they smoke it, that shit will live on forever.
yeah,
That's pretty
yeah,
fucking cool.
yeah. I mean, fucking just think if you pass today and you just made a line and people find the interest in it, and 20 years down the line, somebody's grandkid smokes it. It's like fucking, it's magical shit, man. So someone that you don't even know will fucking breathe forth fucking the spirit of the people you loved, all because you took the time to fucking just write their name on a pack of seeds. Someone's gonna find it in their uncle's stash somewhere and shit. Instead of it saying skunk, it's gonna have my mom's nickname on it. It's gonna say Savage Kush, and they're not gonna know why. But when they say Savage Kush, when they find that pack in 40 years, my mom's spirit comes back, and my spirit comes back, all because of the fact that I put that name on there for specific reasons. And my father's name comes back because it's the male used in the line. And it's all written on that pack. And they get that pack, and they say that name, and they smoke the herb and decide that one of those plants is worthy of keeping. And now one of my lines, possibly named after my mother, becomes part of the cannabis canon from now on. And so instead of having the Sharon White Widow or like Neville's Haze, someone might smoke Savage Kush and pass it to a community that finds an interest in a plant that the only reason it exists is because of the love I have for my mother, right? or because of the fact that I had so much respect for my father, I started to cross plants, every plant I could, with a plant I named after him. And it goes on to multiple people, like Richard Pryor. I've got 3 or 4 lines named after Richard Pryor because that cat meant so much in my life, from keeping me smiling and shit when other kids used to pick on me and shit. I'd smoke weed at 8 years old and listen to Richard Pryor. Or fucking lines that I've named after my friend Rain Man, or my friend Lucas, who owns Eclectic Elegance. The cats that kind of changed my life, or Cheddar Bob that's in here. You know, when you start putting respect on the name of the plant, it almost has no chance but to succeed, right? Why would a plant starting from such positivity end up in any kind of negative light? And that I've kind of used that idea in my breeding since day one, since the first crosses I ever made, named after my uncle, who was a Marine. That's why it was called Semper Fi. And my cousin Danny, whose nickname was Crybaby, so I named the line Crybaby. So from the very first plants I ever created, I've always been about putting respect on somebody's name using the plant that, for me, changed my life and I thought saved me.
That's pretty fucking deep, man. That's, appreciate that. So I guess me and Blaze Daily were kind of thinking the same there. At what point do you think is the perfect point for a release for a strain? F1, F2, F3, F4? When do you want to see it properly worked and released?
Oh well, that's all relative. I think if I'm working, like right now, I'm working with my mud bone. I've been working with it since I started in 2000 and fucking 8. So or 11. I take that plant and I use it through multiple different grows. I put it in multiple different patients' hands. I make out crosses with it. I do back crosses with it, and now I'm starting to do a larger selection to breed with it. Now, if I released it in the F1 hybrid, not a true F1, but a hybrid, since it came from 2 parents that were not worked lines completely. So it gets released the first time, and the first time I got released was a very low introductory prices that I had it on there because I'm working the line, and I had, like I said, I kept the parents around for 15 years. It was a line that you can continually get. So it wasn't a line that I had intentionally at first wanted to ever work past it, that F1 stage, because of how it worked medicinally for the people I gave it to. Until I ended up losing the parents, that I decided that I needed to continue to work it. But I have other lines, the parent lines to that, the angel, that I've took and back crossed upon itself 6 different times. So that I have seed stock that literally contains that angel male back crossed into the line 7 times. Since the outcross contained him, that's what my space cheese is. I use space cheese and continually used in a progeny from angel to space cheese. I pull a seed out of that and cross that back to angel, a seed from that cross back to angel, and I've done that multiple times. I've done 7 different back crosses with different female out crosses on it. So each one of those I released, and some people liked them, some people didn't. So it kind of comes down to, I think, what the scene's looking for at the moment. 'Cause when I released the Back Cross 4, I literally sold 3 packs of it because nobody knew what my angel was. And then when I released Space Kush earlier last year, when I started to re-release stuff after I'm sick, everybody wanted to buy it, even though I just released a minimal amount of packs because I wasn't going to ever remake it. So I figured I'll put these out there because people have asked, and you better get them, and that's it. Because I can't remake them because I lost the parents, and everybody knew why. I was very transparent in the fact that I basically died and came back, and I went through this giant health thing. So I didn't try to pretend like I'll find a new mom and dad and remake the seeds. I told everyone what happened because I didn't want to be one of them guys that the next thing you know, I'm putting seed stock out from 2 different parents, and now they're fucking very unstable. And that instability is going to come from the fact that I wasn't going to be able to select the way I did before through that line. So I just didn't go back into that line. So I could have released fakes, and that would have been unethical of myself and not part of my own system. Or I could have just fucking said fuck it and it's over. And that's what I did. And I've moved on. And what I do is I show the breeding. So I show myself pop the seeds. I show myself go through the selection process of what I'm going to use in the breeding round, like I did with my mud bones, the whole 50 plant selection. I did this publicly, either on a live feed or through doing videos and posting those on my Instagram or my Facebook. And then, like I said, I take those and then I send the tests out and let everybody see those so that we can show that they are stable in an area that isn't my own. Because if I just show plants in my area, it might be a lot easier to show nothing happens than, say, if I breed them in a hot area outside and send them to some dude who grows them inside in a very cold area, right, and with a different light schedule. It's going to show that those plants can handle that type of stress, right? So people see that openly. So now then I'll release those packs, and but I'll keep the parents around so I can continue to release those as an F1, so that you can always get that version of that seed stock. I don't want to just make 20 packs or 30 packs. I want to be able to offer 10,000 packs of those if I have to. And that's why I keep the parents around. So if those lines stay viable in the community, I can always offer those in a fresh version. I don't have to have seeds that are 12 years old and try to pass them off to you. I can remake those every 2 years, and you always have those F1. But within those stock, there's always going to be something worked farther. Like right now, I just did all the space cheese crosses. It took me 2 years of breeding those through multiple outdoor environments and multiple indoor environments to get different seed stock, from which I started to do test grows on to decide whether or not I wanted to breed them in the outdoor or one of those indoor environments to make the seed stock that became public. I settled on doing outdoor. So now I take this outdoor seed stock and made a very large population, and those are all stuck on ice. But while that's happening, through that 2 years, I also began a back cross process to that original male that's reoccurring. It's called Mr. Fremunda. It's a space cheese male. So now I take the cross to the Ghost OG, the cross to the GMO, and the cross to the Topanga Pure Kush, which is the Hollywood. And through those, now I do a selection to find the females I want to back cross to that space cheese male. So not only do I have his progeny, but now beginning to work him in back crosses that I can offer to the public. So now this year, I'll take those back crosses that I made and sift through those seeds again, those same 3-1, to make a back cross number 2, which then I will release to the public. I haven't released the back cross ones yet because I just don't usually do that. So, but the back cross 2 will get to the public, which is showing that I'm not only am I working it in hybrids, but I'm also working that line through line breeding with 2 different directions with 2 different females, and then recurring male. So it just shows that I'm doing the work. That I do it publicly. I think it helps. It helps people see that I'm transparent and that I understand the techniques that I'm practicing.
Like Aaron, I greatly appreciate the transparency of it all, and it's very respectable. To be honest with you, uh, again, I don't think there's too much of a harm re-releasing a strain that you've lost the parents to, as long as it's kind of labeled version 2. You know what I mean? Like you say, I lost the parents. There's nothing I can do, but this is my second version of that strain. Hopefully, you'll enjoy it. This is the best I can do. And again, one other thing, I had said this to you earlier, and I have to reaffirm it, is I appreciate the fact that you're keeping parental stock. I think that right there, responsible breeders like yourself will slow down the fucking bullshit going on with the recreation of seeds. You know what I mean? Put yourself in a consumer's place. Are you gonna run out and try to fucking or worry about making seeds of a cross if you know the breeder that you bought them seeds for has the parental stock and this? You know what I mean? Don't worry,
Yeah,
I ain't even gonna. I'm gonna pop all 10 because he's got. You know what I mean? I can go back and buy a fucking another pack any fucking time I want to. You're less
yeah.
likely of trying to reproduce the strain, or you know what I mean. I think that's
Hmm.
cool shit.
Yeah, yeah. It shows that they're thinking beyond that seed making process. When you have the idea that these seeds might not make it, so I need to keep these parents to go in a different direction just in case, shows intent of a breeder, right? It shows that the person's not just talking out their ass about doing work, because you can make a bunch of seeds, and I've done it, and I still do it. Like I'll make, like I'm making films right now with the 98 Bubba, because I held that plant for 15 years. I lost it, and then it was passed back to me. So the first thing I wanted to do was make a film diversion, something I wanted to do for years, but I fought with the feminization process, and I just fought with a lot of shit before I got in my health issues and learned to quit fighting with myself. Basically, that's why I said it was one of the best things that happened to me. I learned a lot of shit about myself, and part of it was to just do that shit and quit fucking around, because I spent a lot of time thinking I was going to have time to do it, and I found out real quickly we really don't have that much time. Even if you live for to be 110, that shit was a blink of an eye. So get that shit done now. So my buddy passed me the bubble back. So again, I went and used my reversal techniques, which I show publicly, so that I can show people how to reverse, the recipe on how to do it, where I learned how to do it, because it's not mine. It's just something I'm sharing. But I want to prove that my breeding techniques actually work and that I understand them. So that's why I do the reversals. So now I'm doing the bubba. Those bubba films aren't going to get reproduced. I'm only going to make a small amount with the female bubba, cross the bubba, and 5 other plants, and that's it. But my space cheese crosses, I can reproduce those for as many times as people need me to do that. Same with my crosses to my Ghost of Port Royale. I have the male for that and the females, so I can reproduce those over and over as much as I want. I have my Icarus female, so I can make the films from that over as long as I'd like. So it just shows if, when a breeder's keeping his parental stock, that he had the intent to stay around and to keep those lines around, and that he had heart in that shit to do that. Right? He thought in his head, my shit's gonna be worthy to stay here for a decade, instead of going, my shit's just the next hype shit, and I'll move on to the next one if this shit don't work. Because if that's his breeding technique, he's not got one. He's just fucking looking for your pennies, he or she, and that's not the person that most of us want to support. We want to find a guy or a girl that's going to be out there producing something viable that they're proud of themselves that we can get behind, right? We don't want to fucking stand behind some fucking folding up company that made nothing but fake boof. We want some real shit that can get the next dude high and the next woman high, and we can be stoked that we grew in our garden, right? And show people, like, check this out. I went from growing this fucking junk to this shit, man. I bought these seeds from this cat, and now fucking my garden skills just jumped up to this level because of the quality of the breeding behind what was in this shit.
I got tons of respect for that. And I want to revert back to something else I kind of caught when you were saying it. I think and this is something kind of new I've heard, and I greatly appreciate the idea. Everybody bitches, or the price of seeds lately has always been a bitch. And I don't think, well, for one, I don't think necessarily people take into account the time, the energy, uh, and the risk of breeding out a strain, because you can do all the above and throw it out there, and there's a good chance nobody will even fucking want it. and it could be a waste of time, and nobody will appreciate the shit other than you, which should be worth something all in itself. You know what I mean? The time, the effort, da 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 da. But I think there's something to be said about all of the above is time and a price scale that kind of reflects that. So I think you said like a cheaper price for the F1s and a more expensive rate for an F4. I think that's fucking brilliant. I think that's fair. I think that's brilliant, to be honest with you. Uh, yeah, I think that's right, to be honest with you. If you want it, and again, I appreciate something else you said when I asked the prior question is it's relevant. It is kind of relevant to what if you're wanting to do the pheno hunt or if you're looking for uh, what the breeder has envisioned. And I think that question that's a tough question. I don't even breed, to be honest with you, and that release point for me would be a tough call. To be honest with you, uh, I could honestly see wanting myself to hold back for a later release date, like towards the F4s, to where everybody's getting exactly what I created, or what I wanted to set forth. You know what I mean? And it's kind of more clone esque. You know what I mean? That deserves a higher rate because there's more time into that. But I think uh, if I'm putting forth a vision, I'm making a painting, you know what I mean? I want the painting to be reproduced or whatever, remembered as the way I envisioned it. So, with creating a strain, I think that would be the level for me that I'd like to see, you know. I think that would be my release point. I don't think I would want to. I'm too fucking picky. That's why I'm still working for myself. I don't like, you know what I mean? Too fucking picky. I don't want to
I
leave room for somebody else to kind of fuck it up, I guess. I want it to be, this is what you get. You know what I mean? I don't want you picking out other shit and saying this is the best it ever was. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
I hear
So
you.
I think that's a valid question.
I hear you. Yeah. I feel like that's great too. The thing that I see is that, like, say a guy's got 10 lines, it's hard as fuck to release all 10 in the F4. That's why I feel like it's cool to put out a hybrid that's not a true F1 for people to find whatever could possibly be in that genetic pool and some work lines. That way, you, like you say, and having that tier where my work lines are slightly more, and that's because of what's in them. You will get some more seeds, and you're going to get some free packs of the other shit with it. But like, if you really do want a line that's going to produce true breeding offspring, then the amount of time it took to get there, like, it's not just how many breeding rounds it took to get there. How long did I have to house the parents? And like, people really don't put that into effect. Like I said, I carried plants around for 15 years. So if you were a person that was getting Bubba or Fire OG or Blue Dream in my specific area, I'm in a very small town. You were getting it from me. There was nobody else here that had it. I was the only cat carrying those clones. Those dudes were calling me up and buying hundreds of them at a time and filling their garden because they didn't have the ability to keep a mother room going because these guys were renting a house or some shit, right? And they'd move every 6 months so they couldn't get hot. These cats are fucking filling up the fucking house as much as possible. They'd put 2 rounds into it, and they'd already have another house getting set up to start the next round so they could shut down that house, and they'd just move house to house and do this shit. And I knew this for a fact because I was moving clones for so much, but a lot of the people smoking didn't understand that shit until 215 came, and then they came in the shop to buy clones, and there I'm sitting at the counter, and they're like, "What are you doing here?" And I'm like, "Well, I'm the clone dude. You know, you're paying me, buying them from the shop, so like, it's the same system. It's just legal now. You guys went and got a script. It's the same cat, same clones, Nothing's changed, and that's how I ended up getting the name in the legal market that I had in the black market because I was passing real shit there, just like I had been doing already for years when it wasn't fucking legal in my town. So once it opened up here, I was able to show up. Like when I said once the guy asked me if I could do cuts, I'm like, I can do a fucking as many as you want, really. And that next day I show up with clones and I got a fucking selection of clones, not just a bunch of one. The dude was like, holy shit. And then the other collectives had found out, and I'm dropping off shit at all those places. And when you were verifiable at that time to have cuts, people knew. Like you just if you were slinging clones and you had verifiable shit and you were trying to get into that system, a cat like myself had the trick. You'd show up and give them a tray of 50 clones for free and let them do whatever the fuck they want. They'd go put them in their room and grow them. And within just a couple weeks, they'd call you up because they knew exactly what they had was real. If a cat had been around cannabis, he didn't have to flower out a room for fucking 8 weeks to find out that that shit was real. He could grow a fucking SFV out and go, this dude's fucking got SFV. Or he could grow a Urkel out and he knew he had fucking Urkel. So he'd fucking call you up and be like, I need 100 a day. Can you bring 100 a day? I'll bring 100 a day. Boom. Hang up the phone. Now you got a fucking contract with the cat in the legal system, dropping off verifiable cuts every day. You set that up with fucking 5 or 6 clubs, and in the 15 days, you were able to have a fucking viable living by just taking cuttings off plants instead of throwing them the fuck away. Like, cause it was crazy what happened. It was crazy.
So, how do you feel about cuts today now that you're a breeder? do you
Oh
like do
man.
you want somebody out there fucking putting out your work in 500?
Well, it kind of
I
depends. It depends on what they're doing. If they're fucking making sure that they get past provenance with it, they don't even have to say me. Just as long as they're not lying about the genetics, I'm kind of fine with it. Because once it's out of my hand, I put it out there for people to do whatever they can with it. Literally, besides make F2s and say it's your genetics. I don't care what you do with it. If you're gonna use it to call it yours, make an F3 out of it and call it yours. Don't release the F2s. That's the only thing I ask. I can't force that, but that's fine. But if some guy or girl gets my gear and can figure out a way to hustle a living out of that shit, it doesn't matter to me as long as they're not lying and they're not fucking stealing from someone with it. That's the only thing I ask. And I hope folks won't do with my herb is use it in a negative sense to fucking get over on their fucking friends or fucking just people in general. There's too many fake cats out here using fucking shit to pretend that they have something to sell to people who don't have the knowledge to know that that motherfucker don't have what he says, and that's what's really fucking us up. Because we have lines that have provenance that have been here for years, and then people will make a version of it or rename something with the exact name and then put that out there, and it fucks up everything. Um, it happens repeatedly. We fucking for some reason this community keeps thinking that that's a way to fucking succeed and by stealing or just hijacking the provenance of another line just so you can fit in a fucking niche for a minute. Because it's gonna only take a second to find out that shit's fake. One grow and you ain't buying that shit again. You're not supporting that fucker again. Like to send out the real shit will get you more friends, more return fucking customers. It'll get you fucking into places that you want to be. All that fucking lying and bullshit just gets you fucking hiding on a keyboard.
gotta agree. That shit's very disheartening. Uh, People trying to expand on some of the stuff you built. I completely get that. I completely get that. It's all about that dollar. I mean, it's isn't that where it all kind of seemingly goes wrong?
Yeah, yeah, I hear you. It's fucking, and it's getting worse with regulated cannabis because the dollar we can make becomes so fucking small as they're squeezing the shit out of us. We're all fighting over 1 penny instead of $1. And before we were fighting over hundreds and thousands. It just keeps getting smaller and smaller and more fucking cutthroat. It sucks to see that with the plant we all fucking came to not be like that. That's what sucks.
And again, I'm afraid that mentality is gonna fucking just steamroll with legal cannabis. Right now, the cannabis community was built on medical cannabis. We all had a big heart. We're fucking trying to cultivate this plant for the right reasons. I'm afraid with the recreational market getting bigger and bigger, that the dollar, the people that necessarily don't even use it for the right reasons. Shit, most of them, there's a lot of people in the industry that don't even use cannabis. They're just
Oh
here
yeah.
for the buck. And that's the big. I always see as a caregiver, I can tell. So back in the backpack days, when I was kind of referred to back in the beginning of this episode, where we could go to like a collective, sit down, and patients could wander through and nose the jar, and go from table to table and be able to select their medicine on their own. You could tell the people that did it for the right reasons and the people that were doing it for the buck. They were the people pacing at the end of their table, looking at their watch every few minutes,
Mhm.
hardly let you touch their shit. Nothing was given away. Then the caregivers that did it because they fucking loved it and it was a medicine, like myself, would be like, hey, smell this jar. Oh, you don't know if this is good for you? Shake, shake, shake. Here's a bud. Go fucking smoke that shit. Yeah, you'll like it. Come on back. You know what I mean? And as I went further and further, and the closer we got to legal weed, the more of those people I seen hanging around, and it was sad. It's sad, but there's still a lot of great people here for the right reasons. And them are they're the people that are cultivating the plant. That's again one of the biggest reasons why I'm like, everybody grow, grow. You know what I mean? It's feeding and keeping the community alive, not just the cannabis.
For real, man. I believe that shit 100%, 100%, man. There are the very small amount that suck ass, but a majority of this community is fucking more gold than a motherfucker. It's hard to put into words how much good comes out of this fucking community. Every time one of us ends up in some kind of position, there's a fucking there's just a clone train full of motherfuckers ready to help. Right? There's no other way to put it. They're just out here giving freely to people they barely fucking know. And then every day we see people making posts about how shitty social media is and how people suck. And in reality, we don't. We're bad motherfuckers. We're out here doing shit that at one time we all wished would start to happen with the world. And it's happening with our community. When people we literally don't know but wished we could end up in a position to need help and we go and fucking donate and fucking give a minute of our time, how many of us ended up fucking knowing that person somehow, like actually making contact with them? Fucking in this community, you can hit up that dude that you like or that lady that you like, and they will fucking give you a minute of their time. They don't act like they're different, right? In any other industry, you end up with someone that thinks they're a professional and that you're just some average Joe. And in our fucking industry, everybody knows that we're no different than the next person. We all have that same drive and desire. We all want to do the same thing with this plant. We just want to put our own spin on it. So we respect the shit out of that shit. So, like, so many cats, I just hit them straight up in a DM and they they respond back. Like the ones that don't are so much fewer than the ones that do. You can't do this in any other industry that I've ever been in. You try to hit some cat up that's so many more levels you believe ahead of you or educated you, and they don't take the time to have that conversation with you. They might tell you hello, but they don't spend 3 hours or 4 hours fucking speaking on a subject that you both hold dear. It just usually doesn't happen. In this community, it's always happening. And like I said, they're always there to help. So many people here have literally put in years of their lives to create seed stock that they give away free so that people can actually benefit beyond getting stoned, man. You guys know it's true. You guys know that we're fucking out here doing shit that changes the world around us. You know it, man. But let's see here. Let me check you guys' comments. Shoot me some comments until Eagle comes back. So, guys, what do you guys like to put on a breeding project? What is your take on how things should do? Because there's no right way. There's just different ways and alternative patterns. Yeah? Your technique doesn't trump mine, nor does mine trump yours. So how do you guys go about doing shit? I might turn the light on in here. Huh? One second. Let me
Hopefully
turn.
that makes you feel better. That hasn't happened in a while.
There we
That one
go.
was totally me. That one was
Yeah,
totally me.
it's all right, brother. Try to see if anyone would shoot me some questions on here about breeding or their opinion.
Right on. You have a few. Where can I strong a strong source, a strong male genetics?
Strong males. That would depend on what you're trying to breed for. If you're looking for strong males, I'd look to true breeding lines. So try to find some very good heirloom lines with provenance, or look to breeders that can show that their work has uh, proven themselves in breeding. So it doesn't have to have cups or none of that shit. If you can find multiple people that have used the line from one guy, no matter what his position or her position is in this community, those crosses are going to be able to show you um, if they were good crosses or bad crosses. You're going to find out if there's a shitload of fucking stamina flowers popping out of the females or not. You're going to find out if a guy's getting the terpene profiles he describes out of the fucking crosses he made. This will let you know if he's actually understands the shit he's working with or if he's just guessing because of the name on the pad. JS asking about my seed revival. I'd have to check them out, man. One of them started to split the shell. Hasn't germinated yet, but the shell started cracking. Hopefully, I get something. Man, this fucking light above me is killing shit. One second here.
Maybe just swipe that camera. There might be a little bit of fucking smudge on it.
It's just fucking light above me. Let me see here. I got a way to fix this. One sec. Let me just turn my fucking. Oh. Let me turn my fucking tent light back on. I get some other light in this fucking motherfucker. 2 by 4.
So, if you don't want to answer, you don't have to. But what actually happened with the leg? I don't think you actually said. Was it a health reason, diabetes? Again, if you don't want to fucking say, you don't have to say. But just Slightly curious.
No, no problem. I've shared this story more than once. Um, I ended up getting what's called MRSA and Farrier's gangrene, and nobody knows how. The doctors have no reasoning behind what happened. And then while I was in there being treated for those two things, uh, they released me, and they missed an infection in my leg. And the infection in my leg got so bad that when I went back to have a treatment, I was given 4 to 8 hours to have my leg amputated or die. So it just came down to some freak accidents, basically. What really boils down to is I have a disease that I acquired while I worked at the club um, from touching cannabis. I acquired what's called terminal epidural necrosis syndrome. It's a disease that attributed to chemical exposure. Um, the owner's brother-in-law brought in a bunch of clones one day, and I set 100 clones on the shelf, and within 20 minutes I began to bleed out of all the pores in my hands and shit. I ended up in the hospital and fucking found out that I had acquired this disease from the exposures of all the pesticides he'd been using on his plants. So fucking when ended up having this health issue in 2017, my body kind of kicked that other disease into overdrive, and that disease kind of causes your body to try to remove its own epidural layers. So it caused issues with my healing to the point where I had to go through stem cell experimental fucking treatment to save my life. I basically fought for my life for a year and a half, in and out of surgeries, going through multiple treatments until I finally, like I said, I switched my mindset when those autoflowers grew, and I went from thinking I was gonna die and wanting to die every day to knowing that it wasn't time for me to die yet. That then there was nothing I was gonna do that was gonna cause that to happen, even if I wanted it to. Is that the doctors had told me I was never gonna walk again. I was supposed to never get out of a bed again. I was supposed to literally be turned over every 2 hours by nurses, and that's what it was supposed to be the rest of my life. And one day I got in a fight with my doctor and told the dude to give me a fucking wheelchair because I needed to have a fucking wheelchair to get in and out of the car, to get to the restroom. I said, and all you're doing is leaving me in a fucking bed, and I'm never gonna get better. I gotta piss in a cup, gotta shit in a bag. You guys got to give me a fucking chance. I'm like, at least let me fail and go out my way, then lay in that bed and try to fucking stay alive as I wither away. And finally, after 7 months of me having that argument with the dude, he gives me a wheelchair. And within 10 days, I picked myself up and put myself in that wheelchair by myself, something I was never supposed to ever do in my life again. And in that moment, I knew that it was fucking time for me to fucking bust my ass. And I did that shit. I fucking, every day, I would get in my chair for 12 hours. They told me to spend an hour a day. I'd get in for 12 hours. I'd be in so much pain. I didn't know what the fuck to do. That's why I turned to cannabis. I fucking was smoking 2 grams of concentrate every day. I'd going down to the club, spending most of my fucking check I was getting for disability buying concentrate. And I'm like, this is ridiculous. I need to start growing cannabis again. Yes, I know how to do it. I just can't physically do it. So that's when I start talking to my brother about fucking helping me get to fucking growing plants again. And he helped me for a little bit, and then he just kind of gave up. But just a couple of days of him helping made me know I could do it. And I went and stuck a shitload of plants out that year, and I grew fucking 35 plants in 65-gallon pots all by myself in a wheelchair. And I ended up with so much herb. I still got herb laying around here. So I just turned it into hash. I give it to fucking these. There's some seniors my brothers know. I just send it to them and give it to them. But ever since then, I've been able to bust my ass and do it. So last year, I did my whole breeding project. I did 25 females to my space cheese. Right now, I'm doing the Bubba fucking reversal, and right behind that, I'm doing the mud bone. I just proving to myself every day that I can do this shit if I just set my mind to it. As long as I don't stop and dwell on the bullshit, that I can do anything I put my mind to, and then I try to show that to the fucking world, and especially this community, because there's so many sick folks that are in it that are being told that they can't do nothing no more because of their ailments. And I want to prove every day to these folks that we can do this shit no matter what's wrong with you. If we band together, even if it's through a computer, because that's how all my friends are. I don't have no friends in real life. There's nobody coming around me. I live out in the woods and I just don't know nobody no more. Everybody thought I died and bounced. So now everybody's online. And the folks out there make a difference in my life every day. Like talking to my testers, sharing the information that I share about the plant helps me out in a mental form. So it's the plant helping me without having to smoke it, like you were talking about at the beginning of this show, right? I don't have to physically to fucking get that mental fucking fix that I need. Otherwise, I'd just be dwelling on my fucking position in life, which to some people, when they look at me, would seem like it's terrible. But for me, like I said, it's the best shit that ever happened to me. Losing all these body parts that I did forced me to take a inward reflection on the way that I fucking perceived my reality. And I was looking at shit the wrong way. I was looking at shit from I deserve it kind of point to the like I'm gonna get it type of attitude. Like that I deserve it shit will never get you nothing. When you know you can get it, you just go fucking do it. And I learned that shit from being able to get out of a bed when I was told I was never going to. If I can do that shit, I can do the rest of this shit, no problem.
Man, thank you so much for sharing that, man. That's fucking, that's a hell of a journey, brother. Thank you for, again, that's a strong heart for something that initially gets you sick. Something to be like, fuck that. I ain't never going back to cannabis. But to come full circle and it being, the lifeline, that's pretty crazy. That's an awesome fucking story, my friend. Very inspiring, by the way.
Well, thank you, brother.
I definitely can relate, man. I definitely can relate. I've said many episodes again about the cultivation side of it. There is something about even if this is your medicine, because I've almost, and again, that is one of the other reasons why I asked. I've almost lost my left leg from an injury. It was weird. It wasn't gangrene, but it seeped a clear fluid. And I went through like a year of surgeries of them not knowing what the fuck it is. It is. And almost having to fucking lose that motherfucker. Uh, so that was one of the reasons I wondered why you lost it, man. That's fucking, but keep going and want to do it. But what I was saying is, when this is your medicine, and you're able to produce said medicine yourself, when you're not able to do something, even if it's temporarily or lifetime, uh, that I can't. I've told my kids that from birth. I've hated that word. I can't. That's bullshit. You can. You don't want to. Let's be honest about it. You know what I mean? I
Fucking
can't. And when you really can't, that can is like terrible, terrible. I mean, the little things. I'm telling you, man, I've been rebuilt more times than I can fucking tell you. And when I can't say I can't, it sucks. So when you can
fucking A.
actually produce your medicine, spend that time in the fucking grow room and complete a cycle and go, I can. And when it's your medicine, there's something fucking super strong about that. Self-sustaining. And you know, that's all when we can. That's all you want to be. It's self-sustaining. And when you can do that and create that feeling for you, it's a powerful, powerful part of the medicine. Super powerful part of the medicine. That's why, again, why I'm so much of an advocate about those side of things. It's quite powerful. The moments like I ask you what's good for the PTSD, going in your fucking garden, looking at your
Fucking A.
plants, letting your mind
Fucking A.
relax until you can take that step. You know, it's cultivation side of thing is huge, man. That's why I don't want to see it lost, man. Everybody needs to throw seeds in the dirt now before this right is taken away from us. You know, if we can stand shoulder to shoulder, garden to garden, we got room to fight. But if we let big pharma come in here, other people fucking dictate the strains we choose for medicine, if we force to just use recreationally, we're gonna lose the fight. And it ain't gonna take
Yeah.
much. It ain't gonna take
Yep.
much.
Yep. Yep.
Man, I got fucking tons of respect for you, man. This episode, man. I had respect for you before this episode, but being able to talk to you one on one about your breeding, you as a person, man, I got you, man. I got shit tons of respect for you, brother. The heart you have for cannabis is very admirable, man.
I appreciate your words, man. 100%. They mean a lot because in my mind, I wasn't supposed to hear anybody's words after what the shit I went through, and somehow I got here. So I make sure to tell everybody thank you, and I appreciate them and respect because that's what got me here. That's the only thing that was sustained me when I did end up with a chance was other people. I literally wasn't able to get here without someone else, even though I did make it because of my own determination. If it wasn't for my mom and my brother, I wouldn't be here. If it wasn't for nurses in the hospital, I wouldn't be here. If it wasn't for a doctor that tried to fuck with me and give me the itch to fight back one day, I wouldn't be here. So, in some form, it took somebody else for me to be here today. So, appreciate you when you say that, man, because you're one of them other people, just like everybody else here that fucking has fucked with me, that supports me, or even challenges me in some way. Without y'all, I wouldn't be here. There wouldn't be a reason for me to be here. I'd be fucking in a bed, getting flopped over like a pancake because they told me so, because I believe that shit. And then one day I remembered that that's bullshit. I'm only gonna go out when it's time to go out, and then there ain't gonna be no fucking pancake. And I want other people to understand that. That's why I share it. It's not, if I didn't share it, someone else is gonna end up in the same fucking position I was in, but they may not make it. They may not have someone to help them like I did. They may not have a community of people to support them because they didn't put in that amount of time prior to getting that position put on them. Like if you didn't spend fucking 15 years sharing everything you knew about a plant so that people knew you were fucking like that, so that when this happened to you, they would come back and be like, dude, let me help you out. Or do you need someone to talk to and shit? Like that was the most important type of shit when I was going through this, was having people to literally speak to me when I couldn't talk to my brother or my mom. Like my brother's here right now. My brother used to fucking pick me up buck naked and hold me against his chest and move me around and shit because I couldn't do nothing. And it took strangers to help me realize I could do something besides die, because the doctors, that's all they kept telling me.
It's fucking pretty awesome, man. I'm glad you had somebody support through that, man. Everybody needs that, man. That's got a hell of a story, man. I didn't realize it ran that deep, my friend.
Man, they took my leg off. They cut my ass off me. They fucking. I'm an ostomate. I fucking have a fucking colostomy bag. Fucking. They cut my tailbone up off of my ass. Fucking. They did all kinds of. They cut out the hamstrings of my legs before they cut my leg off, so I don't have muscles in the leg that I have left. or in the fucking stump that's left on me. I mean, they put me through some crazy fucking shit, man, that I wasn't supposed to make it through. They kept telling my mom and my brother that I had 20% chance to live for like 8 months. And so they kind of quit coming down after a while because that shit will fucking kill you. So they had me in this room, like the scene from E.T. when he's in that plastic room at the end of the movie and shit, and all the doctors around him. I was in a room just like that. They had me in this taped up room that only two people at one time could be in. They would not allow no one else in there. Like if a doctor was there, only my mom could come in, but not my brother. It was crazy shit. But that's why I say I figured out I could do a lot more shit after I lost my leg than I knew I could do before I had lost it, because I went through some crazy shit and made it. He says, time to smoke. That's right. Let's take a puff. Let's puff, y'all. What time is it? It's 12:20, so somewhere right now it's fucking 4:20.
Cheers to you fucking not getting lost in the fucking pharmaceutical bullshit, man.
Fuck that. I threw those things away 10 days after I lost my leg. I tossed them in the trash, dude. Fuck that shit. I hated opiates. They were not my shit. I don't know how anybody says that's for me. Hell no, I want some weed, dog. I had them sneak me in vape pens in the hospital and shit. My partner used to come in with his vape pen and shit, and I'd fucking steal it from him and fucking puff the fuck out of that shit for a whole day. He'd come back the next day and be like, I lost my pen. And I'm like, yeah, you lost it in my lungs, motherfucker. And then my brother used to fucking come sneak shit in. That was the only way I could fucking get any kind of herb in my system. But when I was in the hospital, they didn't test me because they didn't think I could have any weed. Until I got home, that's when they started testing me for cannabis. They wanted to make sure I had a specific amount of opiates in my system and zero cannabis. So, like the first day I get out, they find cannabis in my system, and they're like, "You can't smoke cannabis and keep your prescription for pain meds." And I'm like, "Well, keep your fucking pain meds. I don't want them. That's my whole point. The cannabis works, and that shit doesn't." And they're like, "Well, we can't do that." And I'm like, "Well, I don't care what you can't do." I said, "I can. Cannabis is legal in the state of California. I can smoke all the cannabis I fucking want. You can tell whoever regulates you to fuck off, because I don't have to follow that rule. I'm not in the hospital no more. I'm smoking fucking weed. It's legal. I'm over 21. It's California. You can't tell me I can't smoke cannabis. So I don't know what the fuck to tell you." And that's how it fucking ended. I just stuck to smoking weed. So that, like I said, I kept buying all kinds of fucking concentrates because I couldn't grow, and my mom and my brother were too busy taking care of me, so they couldn't grow. So the only herb I ended up with was Mean Gene got some herb to me because he knew I was fucking in a bad position, and that herb really fucking saved me, my mom, and my brother because my mom's stressed out over mine, and so is my brother from taking care of me, and I'm dying fucking half the time, and I need weed because I'm in fucking pain from all these fucking ghost pains I have. Because when I first had my leg cut off, I was in pain 24/7. So that shit saved me. I didn't have no herb until the next year when I was able to grow some with my mom and my brother's help. And then last year I did my own garden, and my brother did his garden until I broke my fucking hip. And then my brother saved my ass for that. If it wasn't for him, I would have lost all my breeding this year. But for 1 month, he did the fucking watering on my fucking pollinated garden, and he saved my ass. And that's what ended up with all my breeding stock this year. That's went through testing. I've tested almost all of them. I think I'm up to 20 lines I tested out this year publicly, so people could actually see it being tested either in my garden and someone else's garden, or in multiple different testers' garden at one time. Want some of this herb, yo? Okay.
Yeah,
Let's
that
see.
is. I'm again, they're fucking amazing, man. It could have been so easy to get caught up in that shit during that process. The time of no herb dipping back. I think it's fucked up the way that even if you admit to your doctor, in any case, that you prefer cannabis, it changes their whole attitude on how they treat you. I mean, it's completely night and day. Oh, okay. My opinion must not matter. Is the opinion I get or I see from the doctor once and tell him he'd rather take it than cannabis. It's that. Or the other thing I'm really disappointed about in cannabis and medical is, in some cases, if your honesty, like you're saying there, gets put in a record somewhere, and then you have to go for, you need to receive an organ for some reason, that can, in some states, take you right at the fuck off the list because you're admitted cannabis use.
Yep. And that's what happened. Well, I don't know if that's he didn't get removed, but my uncle was had to have his liver transplanted, and he was using cannabis at that time, and that was something that the doctors kept telling him that could get him removed from the list, and he kept telling me he wanted to stay on it, but he had to come off of it for the surgery. They would not allow you to stay on that and let you go through that. It's part of, I guess it's part of how your body rejects that. But yeah, my uncle had a liver transplant just like 2 years ago. That shit's not fucking fun, I'll tell you that. The homie Zach fucking Lurch Grows, he also went through that, and he's went through and showed the public um, struggles that can bring sometimes, but also the fucking positive sides, because like that dude's here fucking still growing cannabis and kicking ass, man. That dude's another fucking dude that's fucking worthy of fucking a fucking talk with. Lurch Grows from Build the Soil. That dude's fucking, he's a killer grower. He's got nothing but fucking great knowledge on the plant. He helps tons of people with the job that he does with Build the Soil. Killer cat.
I would love to do an episode. I'm always grateful for tips. Tips. It's not easy doing this night after night, my friend, and finding great people to continuously, show the community. And that's what this was, ultimately. It wasn't just a time to just pass the time night after night. I really enjoy showcasing or showing the people that I think are great in the community, doing it because they love it and shit like that. And it's an amazing community. And I think, there's more, it helps people connect on a like a sub level. You know what I mean? Uh it's a great community, but if we can, help, people gathered that actually need to be gathered, that's pretty fucking awesome. There's so many
Fucking
different
A,
walks of
man.
life that meet up here.
Fucking A, brother. Fucking A. Oh, so let me see.
I can tell you, breeding and growing aside, I've fucking I've noticed that across the board about this community. If you do kind of need something or have a question,
Grab me one of
there
the phone
is
cones and
so many
vodka.
people, so many walks of life. I don't care what your
It's on the
problem
left
is.
side.
It
Over
be
here on this side.
computer, real estate, law.
It's
There's
on.
somebody
Yeah.
that either uses cannabis or grows cannabis out there that can help you out with an answer. I've always been kind of surprised too, uh, when I have something that I need a little help or advice with, where it comes from. You're like, no shit. I didn't think we had one of those in the community. Yeah, we sure shouldn't. There you are.
Yeah. I hear you. What are we? Who said that? Someone just brought one of these up right here. Florinugs, bringing up my bone clone shipper. It's a 3D printed clone shipper. Hey, Chop, hand me a cup over there. Yeah, Florinugs just brought it up, man. I print these out on my printer. These are biodegradable shippers that hold a 8 ounce cup with a clone inside. Just grab a plant, Chop, in a blue cup. They've got a light that goes inside. I don't have a light in this one at the moment, but you also take a light. Take a clone like this right here. Come on. And it snaps on. That fucking. This is the light that usually goes inside of them.
Pretty bright.
That just fucked the dabs up. Not really.
So, if they don't know, where can they find your genetics? How many strains do you have available currently?
Let's see here. At the moment, I usually only drop 6 at a time, but I've released 15 of them so far this year. So they randomly come back into stock. I don't drop a ton of seed stock at one time. So every month I try to drop just a few packs at either Dogga Love, Dogga Garden, or Seeds Here and Now at the moment. Or folks who just hit me up directly, or my breeders who can at any time. If you are a tester for me, after one test grow, you can pretty much hit me up at any point and just ask me for some seeds, and I send you whatever the fuck you want. So you don't have to waste time getting in line trying to pick a pack up that everybody's swooping. Just fucking hit me up, and I give them to you for free because you've helped me out beyond words, and the amount of time that you put in is invaluable. So a lot of my testers who are actually in the comment section can tell you that right now. That's just how I go about doing things. Once you've helped me once, I'll fucking help you for as long as I can. So, yeah. But to the folks that are looking for me, Dogga Garden or Seeds Here Now, or you can hit me up at Phil on Instagram. You can hit me at phil@gmail.com, or the real Phil, which is my backup account. Always to get a hold of me. You can hit me up on Facebook on my business page or my own personal page. You can hit me up on Dogga Academy if you want to get a hold of me through there. You can also get a hold of me on YouTube when I'm on lives. I do a lot of live feeds on there. And you can contact me through the various podcasts I'm on. I'm on the Breeders Panel on Future Cannabis and Ask the Weed Nerd Anything, which is a London Cannagrows show. He has me on a couple of his podcasts. So pretty much open and available any time of the day.
I'll let you know a little funny, man, on that. You do a lot of lives, man. I see you pop up quite a bit on my IG. And of course, I know you do a lot of other platforms as well. But I was almost worried, brother. I was really worried today because I seen you on. You were on like a good portion of the day on IG. I seen you. You were like on it like 5:30 this morning. You kicked off, and I seen it going off. I'm like, this cat's gonna be fucking wore off by the time I get into him tonight.
Nah,
Yeah. I done stood him up. He's gonna be sleeping by the time I get to him. He'll be like, I'm
nah,
tired. Fuck that
nah. I don't sleep very much, and when I do, it's only for a fucking few hours at a time, and then I'm up fucking researching plants in some way or some fashion. So that's just how it's been all the time. Weed
So the Major
Monster.
General 420 is asking, do you ship to Canada? Or how do they get them around the world if they need to? Can they?
Well, Dog Garden, they will ship to Canada, no problem. So them and Seeds here now both ship internationally. Dog Garden, I know for a fact will ship to Canada. I have 3 testers in Canada at the moment, and my gear gets to them through Dog Garden. So I know for a fact if you're up in Canada, I have quite a few friends up in that area that already have my stuff to prove that they get there. They're already showing my test grows from that locale. Quite a few people. So yeah, and I will be sending some fresh stock in the Dogger Garden here this coming week. So probably in the next 10 days, you'll see fresh stuff land there. There are some still available. A few of the ones that I have sent in. But yeah, if you guys are looking for fresh drops, I will be sending some new shit. I plan on sending the Roberts Creek Congo Space Cheese in, a couple others. I'm not positive yet on all of them that I'm sending in. But I will be sending you guys in some fresh stock.
How come we don't see more cheese? That's one strain that does have a super municipal value for it, man. Arthritis, it's all around a good fucking strain. How come we don't see more cheese?
It's ambiguous. So for a while, Skunk One wasn't something this community was after because of what they had found in it for so long. And now that everybody's after that line, we're gonna start seeing it. That's what's gonna start coming back since we do know that the cheese comes from the Skunk One. Where I believe we're gonna start seeing a lot of the older varietals that we saw from the early magazines start to pop back up for these newer generation to get their hands on. So that skunk line did produce some nice shit like the blue livers and the cheese, both coming from the same general breeding. And there are people working with it, like myself. I've got that cheese headed back here from my partner that's passed me a few different clone elites, like the Bubba that I have and the Kim. My partner, fucking, I smell 420. He's been a great fucking friend and passed me quite a few cultivars back to me since I was injured. That cat's fucking, that dude's gold fucking amongst the crowd of fucking silver, man. I'm telling you, that dude's great for real. My boy Eric. Uh, he's a cool fucking cat. He's also a cat that's in a wheelchair like myself and gets fucking shit done. He this year he did his first breeding project. Fucking like I said, he's been passing me some cuts that fucking are fucking killer lines that I've ended up using in my breeding projects. Um, he's just a good ass dude. Something the a cat like that. We all need a dude like that in our life. That fucking a guy or a girl that we can rely on when fucking we need something done, and they're gonna say they do it, and they just get it done. That's one of the cats like that. 100%. What is this here?
Yeah, there's
Oh,
very few of them people, man. You happen to find one of them people, man. Be grateful, treat them good, respectful, and that's
yeah, he's a
rare.
good cat, man. We went to a few fucking Emerald Cups together. We've spent time up at Kevin Joder's place when we did the Seed series. Eric's good fucking people, man. He enjoys cannabis. He's fucking good fucking company. He's always in fucking good spirits. Fucking and like I said, like myself in a wheelchair, he's a cat that when you see a cat like that busting his ass and always happy and fucking getting shit done, it kind of makes you fucking kick your ass into overdrive and fucking not want to get in the fucking negative mindset. You want to bust your ass and shit because I don't know, for some reason it just makes you feel like you need to do more shit than you're doing when a cat like myself with one leg is fucking able to breed fucking 25 brand new lines and get them tested out and shit. It shows that anybody can do it.
Very
So,
inspiring for sure.
Cheese Hillbilly Herb says he always thought it was a joke name. That cheese name gets the name because of the reference to the smell that the folks in Europe were getting off of that plant. They had no reference for an animal at that time to say that it was a skunk. So they know funky ass cheese, so that's what gets tagged to that line from a cut that's passed amongst a group of growers in the UK. And that ends up being passed back to us, which is just again skunk one, a beautiful line that's produced many different cultivars crosses through many different breeders. But that cheese and the blue livers are two lines that are both known to come out of that UK selection, which shows that there are good quality skunks that can be found all across the world. It doesn't matter if there's a particular animal in that area. It just comes down to if there's connoisseurs of quality cannabis in that area. It doesn't matter what you describe it as long as the effect is working for the people using it.
I think that skunk was just basically a pheno that was brought out because of an outdoor breeding. Basically, maybe possibly threatened deer or other animal brought that out of the plant as a IPM or a deterrent, and we happened to fucking love it and select for it. Uh, that's kind of my thought on that, and I think we kind of as we brought it indoors or came indoors as we talked about earlier about like indoor breeding, environmental fact or stresses just weren't there, to be honest with you. And we that's how we eventually lost it. It just became weaker and weaker as we kind of tried to cross it, or it acclimated, as you kind of pointed out, to our environment. The threat wasn't there. It needed to put forth other environmental or other things as an IPM, and that's what a lot of that is. Church like that are stress factors from either IPM, animal pressures, or something like that. I myself, and we joke about it here all the fucking time, but it's real. It's fucking real, Mister Toad. Uh, there is some type of pressure in this environment that won't let cannabis express a pine term. Don't ask me what it is, why it is, but I've had several strains been passed to me that had expressed the pine in a heavy amount in their location, but as I got them here and growing them out here, they refuse to express that pine terp. I think there's some type of pressure here in my environment that just tells the plant, you know, you're not effective here. I've always, and this is the, and again, it's kind of a running joke here, but it's, they're not here. They're not looking at my notes. You know what I mean? They can joke about it and chat all they want, but it's a fucking true story. Is what all those cultivars, as far as terp profile, produce here, not pine, but a dragon fruit, a more fruitier terp profile. Maybe, I mean, I could be nice and maybe call it a sweet pine at best,
Hmm.
but not a pine or a pine tar. And there's just something here in this environment that I can't figure it out. It's not pest. I honestly think it may
Um,
be air. There's something in the
well,
air. Like
right,
there's a floor
right
drain
behind
right
you, right
there.
there.
You know what I
Well,
mean?
what I was going to
Is it
ask you is
fucking
behind
free?
you, is that a
Go
furnace
ahead.
behind you? That's
No,
behind what is that square box back there? Is that some kind of natural gas? Does it have natural gas coming into it at all in the area?
no. Well, see, the pipes that you see there are all ran to the tents. Uh, I
Well,
ran them.
not the
They go
pipes,
into,
but that box,
but
that big white box.
big white box. Oh, this? Is that what you're saying?
No, the other one to the other side.
Oh, there.
That one.
That's a
Yeah,
moving.
that one.
That's a
Oh,
moving
okay.
box. I'm actually packing up to grow slowly. But there, this is as we speak, right there. And I noticed this a while ago that it kind of does output some type of gas. I don't know what it is. Uh, it does kind of smell sulfur ish at some point. That's why there's this actually a tray right here. It's a 12-inch drain. And if I leave that baby exposed for a while, you can definitely tell some type of gas coming. There. So, is that, this be my crusher that won't let that pine express itself?
Well,
You know
that's
what
what
I
I'm trying
mean?
to
Because
find
I'm
out
telling
here.
you, I've ran multiple cultivars here, and all of them across the board end up with like a dragon fruit, but not the pine. Not the pine. I'm in a.
Okay,
They try to, another thing they jokingly say. I'm in a forest.
so
Actually, tons of pine. They trying to say I'm blind to it, but that ain't it. I can smell pine oils and shit like that.
so you were talking about males in there showing pre-flowers and stuff. Have any of those males showed intersex in that area?
Yeah, a
Okay,
couple
check
of
this
them
out.
did.
Now check this out. When there's an excess of ethylene in the area, ethylene can cause male plants to show intersex traits. Now, ethylene also has a causation of making um, fruit ripen, which causes sugars to change their flavors, which is why
It's,
fruit ripens. So there could be a possibility of that giving off extra ethylene in the area, which is causing the terpene profile change on the plants in that area because of that excessive amount of gas that's not naturally produced in the environment those plants came from. So it's causing an epigenetic trait difference because of that excess amount of gas in the area, which is why I asked, did you have any issues with males showing intersex? Because excess ethylene in an environment will show up as males showing hermaphrodites and the females not showing it. So you'd end up having what appeared to be extremely stable females in that area, but unstable males.
it's a fair answer. I did not see that coming, but yeah, it makes pretty good sense. Because I've always said, and again, I've kind of laid out the
Yeah,
question: Can we kind of reverse? You know what I mean? Can we take our cannabis
yeah,
plants and kind of deduce our environment according to the terps that they're producing? And basically, you
yeah.
just said, "Fuck yeah, yeah."
Yeah, well, like Dog Days here in the chat, he says, "Isn't ethylene a byproduct of propane?" And it is. That's why I was asking about if he had any type of natural gas coming in there. If it's not burnt completely, it also will give off excess ethylene in the area from the unburnt gas. That's why I was wondering what those boxes were because it kind of looked like a furnace. That's what my first thought was: is that you're having some kind of issue with gas that's coming from either a sewer system, because sometimes there's a sewer drain in the area, and the sewer drain can have a small, tiny leak that's coming through where the vent is, and that can add an excess of gas to the environment, which changes the hormone levels of that plant. Those hormone levels are driving enzymatic actions inside the processes of the plant, which create the terpenes and the cannabinoids and the thiols and esters, all that's being produced from the hormones that are driving those enzymatic actions. And by swaying the amount of endogenous hormones, it's going to affect which level of terpenes are being produced. So, like you say, you get a slight bit of pine, but a sweet pine, and you're looking for more of that sharp pine. and it's not coming through in your garden, there's a reason for it. It just has to be deduced. More than likely, it has something to do with those gas levels, unless you're using some form of an input that can impart a sweetener on the plant, like back in the day, advanced Kush or advanced nutrients, Cushy Kush, could pretty much turn every fucking plant tasting bubblegum, right? So if you use that as your sweetener, everything came out with this profile that you couldn't get out of the plant, and they all fucking tasted the same. But you can change that by just going straight organic and finding the profile that plant naturally produces. If it comes back, then you know it was your input and not genetics. But if you're going organic now and it's not showing up, something's changing that. And for me, I would look at the gases in the room, and that first thing shows me is that male not being stable.
That makes it does. It makes perfect sense, and especially when you said like a sewer, because at some points there, that's what I was noticing. I shit you not. Actually, it got. I was kind of rolled over and doing the show right there, and I was sitting there going, and it's weird. It's because it's only super pungent, I guess, at certain times of the night. So around like say 3 to 4 a.m. Oddly enough, it seems to be stronger than other hours of the day. That's where I noticed it the most. Well, that's where I'm sitting there anyway. And I started to smell kind of like the scent of like almost like sewer almost. And that's why I ended up throwing the tray, the saucer over there and throwing the weight over it. But that makes fucking
Hmm.
that definitely puts two and two together. See,
It could be one of the reasons.
the only
For
thing
me,
I
I
could
think
say to
that's
that,
where I
Mister Toad, is thank you. See you fuckers. I told you I wasn't crazy.
would look. Hell yeah.
uh,
Hell yeah. I mean, it just comes down to experience. Sometimes somebody else has that little bit of key that can fucking make things fucking fit, right? That's how I've spent my whole life with cannabis. There's always some dude out there that if I pay close enough attention, even even the guy that seems the craziest of all of them, he's gonna fucking give me this little bit of information that's gonna make the other shit that was making me fucking just scratch my head, go, oh shit, okay, there we go. Now I can move on, or now I can fucking dig deeper. But sometimes that's the great shit about our fucking community, man.
so with that being said, is there an ideal gas rate to grow cannabis or any other plant in? I mean, perfect oxygen levels, CO2, blah, 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 blah.
Well, with CO2 levels, those are going to be affected by nutrient input and moisture level and the PPFD that the plant's under, or the fucking the DLI and shit, the daylight integral hours. So the higher daylight integral hours you have on that plant, and the more nutrient input you can give it, technically, the more that plant's going to be able to grow, right? So the CO2 level now needs to be jacked up because that plant's growing at a higher rate. But if you don't have those DLI levels high enough, and the inputs that you have to give the plant are on a lower level, then you need to drop them CO2 levels. So all the things become uh, quantitative factors of each other that just compound. So you have to start measuring everything. People will have different lights. Just because I have a 400-watt light and you have a 400-watt light doesn't mean that our PPFD numbers are the same. So you start measuring those numbers. If you really want to get technical, you start there, your DLI, your PPFD, then you want to work with your vapor pressure deficit, and each cultivar is going to be slightly different. Some plants are be able to move with the metabolism much faster than others. That's why I always recommend, if you can, grow the same thing in one room. Try not to mix plants, even though we want that that flavor. I know that's what we want, But to dial in lines to get them to their point where they're producing on their maximum, we pretty much really need to dial those rooms in for that one particular cultivar. And that's where we kind of get tripped up. We'll start to grow one plant over here that needs this specific set of nutrients with another one that needs another one and a different light level, and we end up with mixed quality. That's where the mids come in. So I'd rather have a
So
system kind of like you got going there with multiple tents.
I can't help but wonder, since I heard you mention it. Uh, I love. I had to say this first. I love the information that the cannabis that's being floated around the cannabis community, but at some points, I think there's too much. You know what I mean? It is. It's a super easy plant to grow, and if we want to make it technical, we can make it technical. But at some points, I don't think it has to be that technical. With that being said, there are tools, and we are getting smarter and smarter on how to grow and manipulate the plant. Are we fucking taking it too far when we start actually considering things like the LI and shit like that? Because then we're just trying to put it at basically a fucking number. You know what I mean? It can take up to this, what U moles a fucking day and shit, and this is the number it needs. Well, if that's the analogy, and I guess me and Smiley talked about this at one point, is it better to pound that plant if they can get that number, say in 6 hours, and shut off the light? Is it better to race it to the end, or is it better to take it back, give it less light, and let it jog all day? Is it better to let the plant jog all day, or is it better to intensify the light, play with it? Is there times where like when you get on a treadmill, it likes to fucking it ultimate program for it isn't necessarily a run for on 2 or 4 for 30 minutes. It likes to fucking have peaks and valleys. Is that the way the plant should be ran and pushed? Should we be at some point be turning up our light and down? You know what I mean? Giving it that same, or should we just push it hard, shut her down, or little? Since we're trying to just put numbers on it, it should technically, scientifically, all add up to be the same thing, right? If the
Well,
plant
let's
just
see.
needs an overall number for the day.
Well, to start off with, nature has evolved basically with math. That's what all breeding is. Breeding is math. So that part, it's not too bad. But when it comes down to that plant, it's counting red light by the amount of photochrome red and photochrome far red. So there's one way it's using math. Then the plant, when you turn a light on, you can ramp that light. There's studies that show you can turn that light all the way up almost instantaneously, and that plant will begin to process it and photosynthesize it spontaneously. It doesn't need to have that ramp up that we think it would need because of nature. That plant can fucking start to photosynthesize with what it's given, as long as, like I said before, nutrients, CO2, and water is present. As long as those are able to catch up with that plant, it's going to grow. And this is because cannabis, which is just trying to sequester carbon, is what's called a C3 plant. A C3 plant, there's C3, C4, and chem style plants. These are called this because of how they sequester carbon. Cannabis is C3, which means it can sequester carbon 24 hours a day as long as it has nutrients, water, and that carbon source and light. As long as those are all met at maximum potential, that plant will grow at a pace that most people don't believe is possible. Now, each line will have a maximum pace of growth, but if you can meet its maximum, it's going to grow without having to have a shut off period, which means you can get to a vegetative size faster, which means you can now cut your plants back and start to flower quicker. A lot of people never count that in. So technically, you don't have to turn that plant off if you don't want to. So when we say DLI, do we turn it on for 6 hours and then turn it off? Really, what you're trying to do is get to a size to fill a space to be able to flip it. This is when DLI comes into effect for how that plant processes the environment. How much light is available dictates how much CO2 it needs and nutrients and water. So there's not one answer to whether or not is it better to do it this way or that way. It comes down to whether or not the environment you've set up will dictate that style of growth. If you can give it as much nutrients, water, and CO2 as possible, then don't turn the light off until it's time to go into reproductive flowering stage, which is then driven by photochrome far red and photochrome red being converted by the amount of you light hours you're giving that plant. By cutting it to 12 and 12, you automatically force it to convert to an inactive form. It starts to flower, and that's how we take advantage of increasing the light above our plants now, because we have cut the amount of light hours. So now we need to increase intensity to get back to that same DLI level, which now will drive that reproductive stage.
How does the autoflower bypass that?
In my opinion, it's going by age, and since autoflowers evolved in a higher latitudes, um, I think that because of the way light is penetrating the atmosphere up there, they're actually getting a ton of red for their system. Their system believes that the way, because it's penetrating at that angle, that the amount of red it's getting is telling that plant to trigger as it hits that specific age, and it's just evolved to that point. So now that that plant is able to trigger the recessive trait based on the age of the plant. So it's counting its age based on that amount of photochrome red that it counts going on and off, on and off, on and off. So it counts how many times it does that. Once it gets to a specific set, evolved amount, I believe that's how it flips. I haven't been able to dig any farther than that into that theory, which is my theory, doesn't prove anything. There hasn't been enough research on autos to actually figure out why they are showing this recessive trait as opposed to the non-recessive trait that's in the photo period line.
I think you should hear that answer. I'm still on the fence on the autos, to be honest with you.
It
I'm
kind
still,
of depends on who's doing the work. Like there's some cats out there that are doing some killer auto work, but not every auto is going to be killer. So I used to be on the fence with them myself, but I'm in the process of trying to do some breeding with them. I found killer stuff from Mephisto, from Brother Mendo Selection, Gnome Genetics. The homie Bird on here has passed me some stuff. A lot of the friends on here has actually just passed me a bunch of fucking autoflower stuff for me to do some work with. But yeah, those are some breeders right there that I found killer work in.
yeah, I think that comes back to an answer you said earlier. I guess it's just relative. Relative to what you want, what you're going to use it for.
Yeah, yeah. Because I have found a bunch of bad autoflowers, but like I said, I'd rather say who was the good ones than to say who the bad ones were. So that's why I mentioned the good guys here.
Right on, right on. I appreciate that. I appreciate negativity gets you nowhere. It really doesn't. The sooner people figure that shit out, the better we'll all be.
Fucking A, man. I'm telling you, I try to fucking be about the plant and the knowledge behind it instead of the fucking the drama behind just the people. But every once in a while, we do got to call out some of these hustlers. Don't forget about that shit. They're taking advantage of fucking sick people and shit. So you got to put them on blast once in a while.
I agree. There's like we kind of hit it on earlier, man. There's just too many people out there uh, trying to fucking get into this fucking community for the wrong reasons. I actually seen it firsthand one time from a breeder, and it was disgusting. And again, rather than shout out the negative, but man, I actually seen. I was sitting there shopping for seeds, and they had a sample out there on the table that was an amazing sample. And what I seen was every time somebody came up and asked about a strain or whatever, that sample was that strain, basically. Oh yeah, this is that right here. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? Rock hard, no, that was like, oh, that is so fucking long. It's, that's snake oil type shit right
It happens, man. I fucking man, that shit sucks. But it happens way too often.
there. That's where I prefer to buy though. If I shit you not, I love talking to breeders. If I can going out to purchase seeds, I like the one on one if at all possible. Seeing what they're fired up about, their response and shit. It's kind of exciting. And again, especially if you can I like the shit that nobody's got yet. That's the fucked up part in me, I guess. But if I could, that tester, I love testers. I love growing shit other people ain't got. There's just something cool about that. You know, I'm a misfit. I ain't afraid to say that I am. And there's something cool about just having or being something that nobody else got or ain't doing. You know what I mean? I love that feeling.
Hell yeah. The fucking let's see. I know Cheddar Bob's not in here anymore, but if Chad Westport is, him and Cheddar Bob are the only two people that got my roadkill skunk crust and my space cheese. So they've got something nobody else can have. Um, I like that. I like that kind of shit too. When there's something nobody has and you can sift through that, that's where that, like you were talking about earlier, where popping the seeds more fucking more intimate than fucking just getting a clone that anyone can have. When you got something no one else has, and this can become something brand new and special. This is when you start saving the males and breeding with them and continuing the work out. So yeah, 100%.
So what's that one for you? I mean, every grower has that favorite one in the garden. They don't necessarily share right off the bat. That one that man. I hope Mr. Toad's bringing that shit. You know what I mean? What's the one for you
Well,
that
it
everybody's
was
hoping
my
you
space
bring?
cheese. My space cheese was the one that I was used to take to the cups every time, and fucking everybody loved that shit. Like my buddy Lucas from Eclectic Elegance, he spoke about it. My buddy Levi from Pistol Positive, I've shared that with a lot of people, and they were impressed on basically the cheese profile that came through in the smoke. And fucking, they didn't think that that would be there. Like Lucas had never had a cheese until he smoked my space cheese, and was like, God damn, that's the cheesiest shit I've ever put my mouth on. Like it just opened some minds to it. That one and my Icarus OG. My Icarus OG, when people smoke that around here, they all like they look at the joint and go, "What the fuck is that?" That's always what they say, and they want to know if they can get a cut or if there's seeds of it. They got any weed of it. So those are the ones I'd be fucking talking about. For me, it's the Icarus mostly. I love Icarus. That shit is fucking good ass weed.
Sounds delicious. What are the terp profiles on that? What's it taste like?
It's a gassy kerosene. So it's the backbone is Ghost, OG, Triangle, Kush, Kim. So the terpene profiles coming off of that are those fucking hard hitting in your face terpene profiles that old school weed will all look for. Cross to my angel. My angel produced basically a grape fermented like wine, and with a like a very smooth, earthy kush. She's fucking a line that I worked for quite a long time. I took her to an F4. She's been released in an F1, an F2, an F3, and an F4. Let's see if I can show you. It's a very pink pistol or stigmas on that girl on my space. I'll pull up a picture real quick. I know I have one here. Come on.
Love the pink ones, man. They fucking make a beautiful hash. Tasty hash. Pink.
Let's see. I know I got him here somewhere. I can let me show you Anthro's government cheese first. This is my GMO space cheese. It's gonna be kind of hard to see here, but
That
that's
looks
one of my.
fucking.
That's a brand new one right there. Anthro sent to me. He's in the comments right now. He's the one that actually grew that plant. He ran the testers on it. Oh, here's it fucking showing the fucking foxtail on the top.
Super fucking pretty.
Oh, here's a fucking Kim D space cheese. The space cheese brings color to the crosses. The Kim D brought the girth on this one. This one's grown out up in Canada by fucking Don J Farms and Jen's Garden. Those are some of my testers.
How do you like to see it harvested? That one there looked pretty fucking close, but I wouldn't say she was completely ready. I like
Yeah,
to
she
see all
wasn't
them.
ready. That one actually had to go another. I think they took it another 10 days. I'd have to double check the notes, but that they had actually sent that picture to ask me how much longer to go. And for me, I would have took it at least 7 more days. The bracts haven't fully filled. The stigmas haven't started to recede fully. So for me, that plant wasn't completely done. Here's a
I
Roberts
agree. I
Creek column space cheese.
fucking chunky, beautiful gal there. I think people rely too much on nutrients to densen the flowers up when they should be letting it naturally ripen and harden up naturally. I think that's a mistake a lot of growers make.
Well, they've been fooled that bag appeal will fucking help them sell their plant better instead of the actual power of that fucking plant, the essence of the terpenes and the cannabinoids that will fucking actually have people coming back for more instead of these big ass hard nugs that don't get you high. Now, if the hard nug happens to get you high, that's even better. But from like it, there's also the fact that you can breed for different purposes. So you can breed the plant for more bag appeal, or you can breed that thing that's going to press better, so it has that more open structure, and will release those trichome heads more for you. Let's see. Here's a picture of the pink buds dry. I don't know if it'll come across.
Fucking pretty as shit.
And that was grown by Lurch Grows. I'm trying to find it in flat or in about week 5. Oh shit! Here's it.
Any of y'all seen a triplet come out of a seed?
That's
That's
no,
a
I
triplet.
haven't.
One male and two females.
See again, I think that reverts kind of what we were talking about earlier, kind of environment, right? Just the right conditions. You know what I mean? Something like that is concepted.
My NorCal space goo. That's Afgoo, my space cheese. This one tastes like
That
peach and apple.
perfect trimming right
Yeah,
there.
you don't have
Perfect.
to do nothing. Yep, 100%. Oh shit! Here's the vintage cheddar. This is Kim 91, the space cheese. That was grown by Feed the Soil up in Alaska. Where the fuck is the pink plant at? God damn it! The pink plant. Here we go.
She looks good. They were asking, somebody asked in chat, how do you become one of your testers?
Usually just fucking reach out to me. The only thing I say that keeps me from picking as a tester is if you don't you're not open with the plant. Like I'm trying to find people that are willing to share their experience. It doesn't mean you have to post every day on Instagram or some shit, but you got to send me the pictures of the grows, and at least I can show the pictures. I don't have to tag you. Um, I really prefer people that have some form of experience with cannabis, but that's not the only thing. I want people that will send back information and not just go cold on me. I've had far too many testers do that. Um, I'm going to have some new crosses coming here pretty soon that I will want some people that have specific ailments that will help me test my mudbone line and some of its crosses, along with the bubba crosses. The I just tested out all my space cheese crosses, so those really don't need testing anymore. I usually try to send out multiple packs for testing. Testers get the test pack and a free pack of something that's already tested when they first begin testing. Expect back photos and updates that let me understand. I want to know. I want you to pack. Usually, pop all the seeds in the pack I send you. That way, I can find out sex ratios, germination ratios. Then from there, you can select whether or not you want to grow one, two, three, or four females from that pack. That way, you can put all your time and effort into documenting. Does it clone well? What's the vegetative pace of that plant? We go into how long is the flower time? What are the terpene profiles that are showing up between veg and flower? I go through a ton of different stuff that I'd like to get back. It helps with the description of the plant. It helps with me knowing if the profiles I was hoping to get through in that breeding actually show up. Um, it lets me steer some of those lines towards people that are actually after some of those terpenes from the product that helps them with their ailments, or if they're after just the cannabinoids. Are you after a plant that's for sifting or pressing? There's many different things that'll come out of the testing. Or like one tester will give me a lot of information on one side, when another tester that ran the same pack will give me a bunch from something else, and it all quantifies for me.
Like to throw on there, man, whenever possible, it is super awesome if testers actually get a sample tested. So, like you said, there's actual numbers for the
Oh yeah.
breeders. I numbers are so fucking can mean so much to a breeder, like you were saying. Terp profiles that you're shooting for, THC, little things that can gear selection in the future can be gathered from that data. And we talk about the price of a pack of seeds. Fuck, if a breeder were to realistically do all that work, you know what I mean? Have to do testing for all the fucking phenos he selected, shit like that, plus time, lights, nutrition, their time, which in my opinion is pretty good. You put a price on a pack of seeds at that point. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Fucking A, man. 100%. Like my fucking mud bone I'm doing right now. I went through whole last year, selected through 50 plants. I showed myself germinating the seeds, running them outside, flowering them outside, bringing in the selected plants for indoor growth. Now I'm gonna show the breeding of that outside. I mean, that's showing step by step by step by step, and like you said, electricity, space, pheno selections, uh, showing the parentage the whole time from the parents that I made back in 2004 all the way through to now, right? I've been showing it that long. That's a long fucking time to show a line. And if someone tried to charge for that, you couldn't put a price on the pack. It's crazy. It would be difficult if you did it based on time. It's crazy. That's why we're lucky we love this plant the way we do, because a lot of us would stop if it was based on the price per hour.
Oh, it'd be very disheartening. You fucking put that kind. We get some people get put back by the price we get for cannabis now, but you didn't think about the hours and shit that you put in for breeding and shit like that. You put a actual price on that hour. Ugh, I don't know. I don't. Yeah, at that point, it's a labor of love. I think, as you say.
And that testing point you brought up, I actually did that with my vintage cheddar this year. I had two of them tested through the tester. He paid for one, and I paid for the other. And that's something I would extend to many of my growers. If they want to run them and test them, I will pay for half of the testing. And that way, if you select something great, we might find something that's very novel or worthy of adding to the community. I mean,
That's, it's
it's
great
something
too.
we also do.
Breeder let you in ahead of the curve. You know what I mean? You got the chance of having that something special before everybody else. Uh, I think that's worth a little something, a little thank you. You know what I mean? A little, that's worth something, I think. And the possibility of all doing it again. It's worth taking the time and dropping off and testing it. It's getting cheaper and cheaper these days.
Yeah, and like for me in my area, there's nothing that tests, so it's hard for me to get my shit tested out here anymore. Especially in my handicap position, I can't drive to the places anymore. So the testers, which are around the world, some of these places have testing available, so they end up taking their lines in, get them tested, and it's a fucking aid. It's something that's, like I said, it goes back to being invaluable knowledge. That's something I appreciate, and I try to reward, so to speak, with like I said, gear for basically as long as I can offer it. They don't have to pay for it; they just hit me up. Like Cheddar Bob that was on here earlier, I've been trying to give that dude seeds for so long, and he just keeps buying them from the fucking site. And I'm like, dude, just hit me up. You fucking ran my shit. We're homies. I fucking named the line after you, dude. Just hit me up and ask for some gear, and I'll send them to you. You ain't got to fuck around no more. Uh, Fucking Jen's Garden was on here, Ganja Farms, and Magpie, Anthro. All these cats that have already ran fucking test gear for me all know they can hit me up and be like, hey, let me get a pack of gear or something. I take care of them because that's how you fucking send back that respect I keep talking about. You, if you let the people
will help you know that you appreciate it with the product that you offer. It, it's the no-brainer that fucking they're gonna take it the way it's meant with nothing but respect.
Well, brother, we hit that 420 mark, and I gotta tell you, man, I got fucking much respect for you after this episode. Much respect. And, I gotta tell you, I agree. Thank you for taking the time and hanging out, telling your story. Because I say this a lot too, man. It's so much easier to choose what the strains you want, people you want to support, when they've taken the time and tell you who the fuck they are. You know what I mean? You much rather support people you have something in common with, somebody you vibe with, and that's only done through the people that love the community enough to take the time to tell their story. And you got a hell of a story, brother. I can't. I never thought it was that deep, and I have tons of respect for the whole thing, all the way through. It's pretty inspiring, man. I mean that shit, man. It takes a big person to multiple fucking setbacks in life. I mean, losing people through cancer or cancer,
Yeah,
and then your own fucking struggles with amputation and shit like that. It's super inspiring, man. And just giving shit out, helping other vets, another super inspiring moment, I think. Uh, Pretty selfless. I can't, my hat's off to you, man. It's been a pleasure getting to know you. With that being said, the invitation that I sent you, the Zoom link tonight, is the one that we use for the Weed Nerd World. It'd be an honor to have you check in whenever you feel like it, man. Whenever you see Weed Nerd World in the title, man, it's an open free for all. I would love and be honored to have you be part of the community, dump some more knowledge in it. I know we skipped a lot of shit tonight, and I'm sure there's a lot of questions, and we'd love some answers, man. You helped me figure out some shit. I took a lot away from this episode, and again, I apologize for the two setbacks in getting to this point, but man, in my opinion, it was sure fucking worth it, brother. Really fucking worth it. Uh, so I can't thank you enough.
yeah, man, no problem. I appreciate you having me on. And like I said earlier, those two reschedulings, man, life happens and shit goes down. So that was no problem at all. I just appreciate being able to come on, share my story, share time with y'all, and much respect going out to you, brother. Thank you.
Great respect. With that being said, the last thing I'd like to get from you is a silly thing I call the sound bite. At some point, I will use your sound bite for a commercial for your episode. Basically, what I'm looking for is like the old school radio identification where the artist would come on. Hey, this is Eagle, and I'm on fucking Talking Shit with Eagle, episode 569. You put whatever you want before or after that, as long as it's kind of got that in there. I would be more than grateful. This is the one part I do record. You tell me ready, brother.
All righty, brother. I got you, man. 100% on that. This is Brother Bone, Mr. Code, aka Fillal Phil. It's your boy Johnny Paper, and I'm on fucking Talking Shit with Eagle, episode 569. Tonight we're going deep with my ass hopping around the cannabis plant, trying to figure out a thing or two. If y'all want to know, come on and join us. We had a great time, and I appreciate y'all. And that's, once again, that's fucking Talking Shit with Eagle, episode 569, with your brother Bone. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you again, my friend. Time is fucking invaluable, and you have gave me a shitload tonight, and I can't thank you enough. For those of you guys that are watching, thank you guys for your time hanging out, man. This has probably been one of the record number episodes. I think we topped out at 150 tonight at one point, and that's pretty fucking awesome. You've brought those kind of numbers, Mr. Toad, and I can't thank you enough. With that being said, I'll see you guys tonight. It is Monday night, Weed Nerd World. Hopefully you'll come join us. Hopefully Mr. Toe will come and hang out. If he's got some time, he's got the invitation. So hopefully maybe he'll pop in as well.
Yeah,
Uh,
man.
you guys know the deal. Random acts of kindness do save lives. Don't be afraid to do something nice for somebody. With that being said, thanks again, Mr. Toad. We are out of here, friend.
Appreciate you, brother. Thank you.